Good night, good evening, good afternoon, good day, good times, good vibes. What's up? Um, Very odd late hours of the morning. I actually was planning on streaming, but I took a nap. It was my second one of the day, and it's the only time I slept. So, um, I'm on my weekend slash stream slash unhinged schedule. And that's why I'm starting so late. But I'm gonna roll some ads. Just get it out of the way. We only have so much time before the pre-rolls are upon us. So we're gonna start with that, and I'll be right back. So what's up? It's fucking late. Not that many people are just on Twitch on their Friday evenings at approximately uh, midnight. That's okay. I would have been here sooner, but I had to take a rest, a short rest. And I'm gonna grind out this, you know? While we chat for a bit, and then maybe I'll do tarot. I didn't do tarot last night. I won't be back again until Sunday evening, which is after the Valentine's event that I will be at doing love reading. So I considered doing a little preview of some of the love deck. I don't know. Yeah, I might as well do that. So I guess I'll do tarot tonight. I'll start love readings. It'll be a long Valentine's weekend, since Valentine's Day is Tuesday. We'll get some insight to all of the relations that we can possibly have in the human spectrum of love and connections. Okay? If you don't already know, we have the pink deck for like romantic situations and hi and soulmate connections. And then we have the demon cards for karmic relationships. And then we have mystery deck for connections. I'm listening to music really quietly, but it's almost as if my ears are hypersensitive because I have it turned almost completely down, and I'm like, damn, this is so fucking loud. It's Stupid Girl by Garbage. So if you are feeling like a stupid girl, consider that a message for you. If you're dealing with someone, you're like frustrated, feeling like they're a stupid girl, maybe they are. Just a stupid girl. So yeah, sounds like we might do some love readings. Friday, I'm in love. Damn, I should have thought of that sooner. It's the Friday before Valentine's Day. Yeah, okay, this is for you probably because I listened to a little bit of Nirvana lately, and I really like certain songs by the Breeders or Butthole Surfers, and like obviously I listen to Flaming Lips. So their 90s music will push a bunch of the 90s songs through my playlist, but I put this on shuffle and Garbage does not really come up like that. Um, so I haven't heard this song forever either. My YouTube account tries to impress people with like random music. I've seen them do it more than once. I'm like, bro, thanks for trying to get me laid, but you can relax now. Like they will generate playlists and people will be like, oh my god, I love this song. I'm like, great, I don't. You're welcome. You can thank YouTube being fucking creepy, pinging off your phone, trying to impress people for me. Like, bitch, we don't even know this song. The hoe. YouTube's a hoe. But like the slutty kind. You know what I mean? Not the snitch kind. Like, yeah, maybe spying, but trying to hook him in. I'm sorry. It's funny because it's true. But anyways, I'm just grinding up this weed before we do some love readings, by the way. So right now, it's a good time to ask questions that you might have for me, or about anything, or just like tell me about your day. Don't care. Once this box becomes the little turquoise box, hey, how's it going? Over here in the chat moves to the other side. Then we'll do tarot. So right now, free for all. Say whatever you want. We're gonna switch to tarot when I'm done grinding on my weed, basically, or when we're done talking. Get out all the disruptions now, basically, because if you do it later, I'm not gonna be nice to you. My Friday was unhinged. That's what I love the most about Fridays. Once upon a long time ago, years maybe, I had a friend who I was always very much able to relate to in so many ways, to the point where I made a joke about being exhibitionists at his funeral in a church, and nobody laughed except for him, because of course I'm a necromancer, so I know when a joke lands, no matter where it goes. And one time, a long time ago, when he was still very much alive, he reminded me that not all people live their lives as unhinged as we do. To quote Danny St. Range of the Mountain States. And I've decided to dedicate a better, bigger portion of my life to this concept, or to lean into this part of my personality, because it's not only that people don't live their lives as unhinged as we have, or did, or do, but that a lot of people don't even have the option to. And if you can, you must. You might as well. If you have any ounce of chaos, you might as well have a pound. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if that's your life, that's your role to play. I know, everybody tells me that. It's like, y'all, if you understood how uncomfortable I get pretending to be one of the girls, professional, um, uh, like behaved, sedated, even like even when I'm on meds and my brain chemistry is changed to make me want to be like this, I'm like, bro, this is insufferable. I also have PMDD, so mood stabilizers don't actually work on me. Um, that's another reason I didn't want to do it, is because I was like, for some reason I'm still freaking out with fucking rage and bawling my goddamn fucking eyes out, unable to sleep half the month. So weird that this would not cure my bipolar, because oh yeah, 1111. That's not what it is. Um. Anyways, yeah. I just there's what option? Yeah, I don't know. Um. I wasn't looking at much in way of prospects, even in my youth. I was like, yeah, nunnery. Can you imagine if we were streaming from the fucking convent right now, live from the fucking convent? Uh, on the fucking, we got. How would we? I don't know how to make it sound like a Jesus scripture and radio show at the same time. Forget it. I'm being lazy. I'm tired. I'm not tired anymore. I took a nap. So Unhinged Fridays, I live them for me and my Danny, and I appreciate that people can appreciate who I am, because for a long time they didn't, and I persevered anyways. I don't know why people think that it's like I don't it's some people seek validation and that's them, whatever. I seek to get paid. That's it. It's really not any deeper than that. I am this person 100% of the time. This is not some kind of weird persona. This is, to an extent, something I far from chose. I think I walked into it having no idea what it was and just kept walking into it as I found out. Because there's speculation on when and what the fuck happened and how I got, I don't know, became spiritual so young and whatever. Watch, I'm like the Dalai Lama or something. No, I'm just kidding. How does that work though? Can it just go anywhere? It's the soul of the Dalai Lama. Did you really just suggest that? Like, no, the timeline doesn't add up at all. But it's the same kind of energy of like, how would you know if a 6 year old was the Dalai Lama? Um, you wouldn't necessarily unless you really deeply believed in that shit. So the more that I discuss what I do or people ask questions, I explore these the early concepts of my practice being a child, and I think that the connection to my childhood is my ability to heal the inner child and therefore represent it. And rather than Peter Pan energy, it's genuine childlike wonder, perhaps. Um, but it's coming up a lot lately because I think Aquarius season is when people start seeking the truth. And we have like 2 weeks left of Aquarius season, and effectively only 2 weeks left of, well, it's like we got another month until spring. And that's when the new year really begins, when Pisces season becomes Aries season. And that's when 2023 starts, and that's when the fresh cycle begins, and that's when we go back to our elements in phase one, step one, part one, at the very beginning of something new. Whereas this time is for wrapping up, and people, maybe during Capricorn season, were doing their books and collecting their dues or calculating and blah, blah, blah. And it made them realize what they were missing this Aquarius season, right? They're like, yeah, okay, fuck, this didn't really add up the way I wanted it to. Um, yeah, duh. So people are trying to focus less on the material and more on the, not always emotional, but sometimes things that somewhat feel illogical for us that come naturally to someone like me. Um, I worked very hard to make myself, but it's because I sought comfort so young. Somewhat questionable. I think I was just a curious, weird child. Be honest with you. Cheers. I'll keep it with mine just was on, and I didn't even sing it. So in the zone I am. So quiet the music is. You'll search, babe, at any cost. It's literally a different song now. Ooh, spellbound. You have no choice. It smells really um yeah, so truth seeking. I mean, I think that's air energy in general. I think Geminis really love gaining knowledge and learning, and Libras love diplomacy and conversation. And Aquarius is our truth, like not Fox Mulder is technically a Libra, so that kind of checks out. But Aquarius, truth and New Age, like the Age of Aquarius, all the forward thinkingness, the water bearing, um, the truth will set. So yeah, and throw them down the stairs. um, I'm pretty much done here, and then I'll probably roll. Let's see, we got like 15 minutes. I'm gonna roll some ads, and I might just do a chat a little bit, wait a few minutes, roll more ads when I can, as soon as I can, and then we'll have like an uninterrupted hour where I'm just gonna do like a quick draw from my 3 love decks and the 3 different connections of or type of bonds that you might have in a relationship. And they don't have to be romantic connections. Anybody can be your Valentine, right? Anyone can be your love. Um, so I guess like before we get to the cards, I can discuss the differences with the bonds so that you know what to look for, because like soulmates are the most bountiful. So a lot of your soulmates are going to be your friends. So you might have a reading that doesn't sound like your love life, but sounds like a friendship or whatever. A lot of parents and child relationships are karmic, and so are like coworkers and people you have to deal with, extended family. Whereas like a cousin or someone close to you, like a friend in the family, would be more soulmate. Someone who's like estranged or in and out or whatever might be a karmic. So that can always come up. And the twin flame, you pretty much just got the one, I think. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of difference of opinion on the matter. And I was never really a fan of the idea or concept of anything but soulmates until I was doing love readings so much that I began incorporating these other cards and using them for um, different to represent these different connections, right? Like the demon deck was careers, money, finances, and labors, things that you would associate with hell. And now it's karmic connections because that's something that you maybe, yeah, you probably served life together, served a lifetime together. So that's your gender. I'm gonna roll some ads, and like I said, come back, chat a little bit more. And then once we get to like about an hour of uninterrupted stream time, then I will bust out the cards. I also have a few cards left on the table from the last reading I did that I kept out, but I don't think I talked about in the last stream. So I will probably go over those and put them away as well. So you get a preview of my newest deck that I got and my Halloween Oracle, and then the 3 love decks. Although they're not, only one of them is a love deck, only it's exclusively love deck. The other 2 are used for these connections and have other intentions. So, roll on the ads, be right back. Arrow coming up fast. Okay, so yeah, we're at 43 minutes. So if I play another ad, we'll have like an uninterrupted hour for Arrow. That's what I'm gonna do. It's a slow night. Okay, it's a Friday. I don't expect people to just be at home. Pitch Tarot, right? Kind of knew, especially starting so late, that it would be a slow night. But it'll probably feel like a really personal reading that way because I don't do personal readings in case you were holding out for something that's never gonna happen. My books are always open. I do personal readings. You would have to go on my website, alienmillie.com, and book your own. Nobody takes up my public time and conscious of streaming um, to talk about themselves, right? But if you relate, then you're here, right? By fate, divine, time, etc. Right? Mountain Dew is not necessarily a drink of choice. something that just here in my life. I am grateful for. Learn to drink Mountain Dew as Baja or Livewire. Occasionally the blue one for some reason. I love Grateful Dead too. Um, Franklin's Tower is a really happy place to be. And I am so grateful. I don't think, I mean, I people think I complain a lot because I complain at like different, I like, give myself room to complain certain times that I feel like I can no longer take life and must complain about it because internally I am not only freaking out, but my blood is boiling, my skin feels like it's going to get torn off. There's needles shooting out of my arms, whatever. That I give myself room to complain occasionally. Um, but other than that, I am so grateful for like every step and misstep of the goddamn merry way down, wherever the fuck I am now, wherever Hades, hell, unwell, fucking unhinged, necromantic, who gives a shit? I think this is heaven. It may seem satanic or devilish or hellish to you, but to me, this is what these are my God given talents. What God gave me to do, and I absolutely love it. I love that everything I've ever done led me to home, to where I am now, to being this person, and I'm forever grateful and always going to express my gratitude. And I don't give a shit if that makes people uncomfortable or makes it seem like I'm such and this and that. Speak more gratitude into your life if it makes you hateful to hear it. Okay. Somebody's crying. Right. It's personal. Um, seems like a personal affair. I am coming out of a phase of crying myself. 2 days out from Sarah Paulson's latest mixtape, which was short but hard. She went so hard for a 30-minute mixtape. It's a euphemism for my period if you're new here. It's not my actual mixtape. That's far from coming along. But I am in my rap era. Going from My Name is Earl to Goodbye Earl. No, I'm just kidding. We're not fucking. It's not a threat. I don't know what you guys are talking about. So just be grateful. Speak gratitude into everything. Everything. Because when I say every misstep, there was a ton of them. I was dancing. Of course, I'm gonna fall off the path or whatever the fuck, Well, I was sorry, I was dancing. I ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Stepped in the wrong thing, maybe even fell down. Like, yeah, that's it happens. So I am gonna roll these last 3-minute ads. Stay with me because then we have a whole hour. We don't have to watch any, and we won't get interrupted. It'll just be us and the stream. So everything's on the table. When we come back, we're gonna start some tarot. I'm gonna love you till the heavens stop the rain. I'm gonna love you till the stars fall from the sky. Oh, you and I. I think the aliens. Well, I think anytime I do twin flame reading, it's aliens, right? That's the whole point. Is there cosmic connections? But they like pop. I drink pop, but I sip on it, and usually like a soda like that will last me for 2 days. But whenever I'm channeling, sometimes it's human people too. If I don't have booze or something, where they'll just chug the I don't know if it's the sugar or the carbonation of it or both. The fact that it's like the closest thing that acidic to drink, like actually acid acidic. Um, Stuff that would burn our insides is like their preferred choices. So they really like pop. So I'm noticing that I'm kind of chugging it every time I sip it, and I'm sipping it more often than I would. That's why I know that there will be a channeled message. I wonder if the carbonation helps, like some kind of energy flow, like literally the bubbles. But yeah, we got 58 minutes until we have to roll ads again, so let's not waste our time. Um, there is always a method to my madness. I'm very methodical, despite being very mad. Um, I guess if you're new here, maybe not lurkers follow me yet, or people who just sometimes don't chat. Who knows what? This is from my Halloween oracle. It's been sitting up on my shelf for like I would say months now. I feel like I kept forgetting it was well. Every time I did tarot, I didn't acknowledge it was there, but all the other times in my life I did. So I'm just putting this back. This card to me always represents like makes me think of John Lennon, but it always makes me think of this time of the night, the midnight morning. And it's a reminder that if you have dreams, if you like, okay, we're up right now, so take notes. Grab a pen and paper, especially, I don't know, it's not necessarily about your love life. It's going to be about these next three cards, is what I'm sensing, which are going to be from another deck I'm going to show you, but not the draws we're doing. These have just been sitting out, so they've got all the good stuff. And I was doing some potion spell work, I guess, um, for the event that I will be at on Sunday. And they sat with all of my ingredients for what I was working on, which will be available Sunday as well as reading. So if you are in the area, go to that. If you don't know what it is, go to my Instagram at @elmistex or at @illymilly. Find out. So this is just this one card, the Midnight card, is a reminder to take note of what you're doing again during these hours. But if you usually sleep at this time, then make sure you're paying attention to your dreams. If you're usually asleep at midnight, then this is a reminder to definitely when you wake up, write it down and start keeping track or noticing patterns of your dreams. Like, why do you wake up angry sometimes? Curious, isn't it? That you could come in at any point in the night and still wake up and yeah. So blind spots, glow darkness, blind spots. You think I don't see you coming, but I do. Sorry. Cannot catch me off guard. Cannot catch me by surprise. Mummy, change. You better change that attitude before life changes you, alright? In Night Song, Hidden Talents. There's something that maybe your relatives or ancestors did. Look into your cultural heritage, if not your family lineage, and figure out what it is so that you can let through the necessary, like, I don't want to call it karmic retribution or cleanup, but there's like this sense of bit of like a retribution. Yeah, somebody blind spot. So somebody maybe. Whoa, we have Skull of Darkness and Skull of Light together. So Skull of Darkness is blind spots, which is 2 for 2 that we're seeing that right now, and Skull of Light is illumination. So what's done in the dark will come to light. If you did something behind someone's back, if you, ooh, ancestors are mad. If y'all don't put this shit back right. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. There was a point. Lamp Remembrance. Oh, oh, goofy movie. The Witch is my card. Earthly Weaver of the World. Yeah, they tell me everything I need to know, and then stuff I don't need to know at all. And it's your people, my people, people I've never met. The dead can be anybody, and they all talk to me. Yeah. So just know who you're. I don't want to say messing with because my whole thing is like sweetness and synergy coming together and making something beautiful, baking the bread, sharing it, breaking bread, making bread, breaking bread, um, bread winning, bread eating. No one at the table goes hungry. That's it. So whatever you are, Jeffrey the Seer, whatever you're doing, um, you better correct that because what is done in the dark will come to light. Stuff you think you got away with, let me tell you, you didn't. You didn't. And I don't know if it's your ancestors or someone else's ancestors are pissed, but the ancestors are fucking pissed about whatever you did that you thought would never come to light or see the light of day or be found out, be had. Doesn't matter. So we got the underworld where all things pause and begin again, because once again they do tell me fucking everything. And the way that things are, or the way that the world functions necessarily. Spider community web weaving. Watch, mind your webs, mind where you are. You might get a fly caught in there, but if you start catching other spiders, if you start fucking with the symmetrical creations made by God and those who work in tandem with God and God's energy, then you are going to get, I don't want to say fucked, but I want to say fucked. Stop trying to mess with things. Stop trying to interfere where you don't belong, or um, rather intercept where you don't belong. Stop trying to receive energy that's not yours. Stop trying to send energy where it doesn't belong. Stop trying to, right, manipulate the dead into doing your bidding when they're the ones bidding for you, right? No, 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 no. You misheard that. They're asking you if you want to come to them. They're not asking if you want them to come to you. So stop thinking that just because you're dealing with a necromancer or whatever the fuck you think you're doing, that you can use them against me. They're my people because I talk to them. You're trying to, oh, if she can see dead people and hear dead people, then I can haunt her. No, 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 no. They'll tell on you. That's it. They tell me. They tell me these things. You think you can, you can't, I promise. Don't know who that's for. Vampire was for someone who's trying to suck the energy out of me, suck the life out of me, fucking get something out of me without giving anything to me. Yes, of course I know. Of course I know what you're doing. Duh. I don't know if this is a message for someone in particular who is literally dealing with me personally, or if this is a message, be confirmation. If you've said this recently or felt this recently, confirmation, absolutely, you are correct. Could be like an instance in which you're being gaslit into believing something completely different, but it's ringing very true. If this sounds unfamiliar to you, then someone else, this is confirmation that you've been had, bro. You've been made. And that your secrets are not the secrets you think they are. Eternal love, love is love, and it transcends physical death. There is no hiding it, there is no fighting it. Sometimes this obsessive energy, regardless of if it's negative, has the bonds of love behind it, and that's why they're so hard to break. Because if you're resistant to love in all its highest beings, then there's really nothing left to get. It's just going to be overwhelmingly negative and descend into this like obsessive thinking and turn into anger and basically ruin your life and the other person's life that you're so sought after or whatever the fucking want to control. Whatever fucking narrative you write, some kind of site like gross. Fuck, get the fuck out. You know, it's like speak up or don't. Speak up or shut up. And it's like, well, I didn't say anything. Right. But once again, you thought it. And for someone like me, or spiritually, for your higher self, for your person's higher self, for the divine, for spirit, for angels, okay, all you need to do is think it. That's the whole point. Mind your thoughts, mind your business, because your thoughts are never completely private. Skull of flowers, creating through the ashes. Let it all burn. Start over. It's the best option. Because if you recall, the lamp remembrance could be someone who passed away reminding you. Ghost regret. How's that apple taste? You won't know until you bite it. Risk and reward. Remember what this is all for. Remember what this is all for. Night Song again, hidden talents. Skeleton strength, that's going to take a lot, and maybe you're not ready, you don't want to share it with the world, blah, 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 but you got to, because death is a break, but this is where the eternal cycle begins. And now that it's winter and things are ending, is when you decide, or what you decide will start come spring. So to end it again with midnight, magical morning. Good morning. It's time to wake up. And good morning, it's time to wake up. Waking up in this reality when I wanna stay inside my dreams. Oh, I'm awake now. So, this one thing that is funny to me is this assumption that, once again, like, oh, I got away with it. They'll never find out. They never know. Look, 4. I knew the whole fucking time. A point I've been emphasizing a lot lately is that just because I've only recently took to, say, the spotlight or being on camera, hearth, happiness in our hearts and homes, I had to make sure that I was content being alone, being by myself, being where I'm at. I moved a lot, etc. New Age, nice. Great movie. Joy, rejoicing in the present, zombie control. I had a sense that someone had some control. Something's got a hold on me. I don't think that's this song, is it? That'd be crazy. I know that's Velvet Underground, but I'm smelling like some kind of pasta, but it's not like a red sauce. It's some kind of like cream, or not necessarily pesto. I'm sensing like cream sauce, like mushroom or peppers or something. Smells really good. And probably penne though. I don't do penne like that. Um yeah, what song was I just singing? Don't remember. Anyways, um just because I didn't take the spotlight doesn't mean that I didn't know what I was doing or felt like I wasn't good at what I did. Scrying, intuition. I've always trusted my intuition, always listened to my intuition. Um Sometimes the reason that you sit in the shadows is just to learn, is just to see, okay, I might pop out and say, hey, is this really it? This is what's happening? Is this a thing? And if everyone says, nope, 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 it's all right. Maybe I need to continue my research. Maybe I need to duck behind the scenes and go do something else, and keep researching, studying, right? Because above all other things, as much as I'm a spiritualist, as much as I'm an artist, I really do regard it all as science. So as much as um, I was having a hard time trusting myself, I didn't fully trust anyone else to just accept that all of my data was wrong. And instead, I tracked in a different way and experimented in a different way. Okay. So I'm coming back out, having gone through the process, the scientific method, over and over and over and over and over again. Skull of light, illumination in winter, sacredness of pausing. The sun will come out tomorrow in the spring. Pisces season is going to be a fucking blast because everything we need to know is going to come out in the next 2 fucking weeks. And it's going to get interesting if it hasn't already. Okay? Putting this deck away. It's feeling like an endless shuffle. So, definitely, if that resonates with your shadow side, I would say that's right. Honey, if you want me to. Jack-o'-lantern protection. Apple, risk and reward. You will never know what you're missing. If you don't go for it, you'll never know how it tastes. If you don't take a bite, you'll never know what you can win if you don't put up a fight. So that's it. Good night. Not it, but I think we lost everybody anyways. Back to just me and you, silent lurker. Appreciate you being here. And even if you're sleeping, then I greet your unconsciousness and say, sweet, sweet visions for you play out in your resting state. These readings are fire. I haven't done tarot in so long, and ain't nobody here to see it. I love that for myself because it's hilarious that my shorter replays never get the same amount of views. I find that so interesting. I would always watch a shorter video over a longer video, but um, if no one's up tonight, this isn't gonna end up being very long. So very tailor-made, custom fucking readings tonight, but not personal, just small crowd. So gonna feel really personal coming up. We got pop fiends. Channeling soon. Okay. Before I get into the love readings and the love deck, this is my new deck. I used it on a stream a few nights ago or last week. There should be at least one video up that has it in there, but I don't really know. I don't title them according to like what I just use random song references a lot of times for titles, and I wish I didn't, but I never know what's going to happen during the reading. So otherwise, I'd base the title off of something more legitimate. But I'm gonna light some incense. I left these 3 cards out. I think they fell. So I left them out and they've been sitting here. I haven't done tarot in literally in days. So I'm back to it and I want to just go over these cards. That's why I did that little quick Halloween oracle messages because I had one that's been sitting out for probably a month or two now. It feels that long anyways. Oh, that carbonation. It's so funny. I don't like chugging pop like that. It's just like random times. I thought it was a cycle thing, but I think it might be. So this is the Guardian of the Night Tarot is my newest deck. It was gifted to me by a fellow practitioner, and I love her. And it's very much dream interpretation, but it's also guidance through your, when you do your shadow work. The Halloween Oracle has the shadow aspect where we'll do shadow self readings with that deck, but this is more like guidance of what, like how to get through those moments rather than addressing them like the other deck. So I'm just pulling this out to read the 3 that got left out. Once again, keep in mind like guidance, um, dream interpretation, and there was something. Oh, and Akashic recordings. Yeah, I might be dealing with. Okay, so maybe this is past. I can't bring this. So maybe past life lovers and karmic connections are technically somewhat different. That is interesting though. They're really hard to shuffle because they're so thick and smooth, but I love the way they feel, so no complaints from me, dude. All right, I am gonna honor this pile, but I'm gonna try to limit it to these 3 and this pile only. So bottom of this deck is the 3 of Cups. It's like a party, which is really cute. I don't necessarily think the 3 of Cups is third party energy. Like, hey, if it's been you the whole time, you finally are speaking up. Like it's me lurking. High Priestess. No, maybe it wasn't you. I don't. So, um, 3 of Cups. I think It's associated with third party energy a lot. Nice. Thank you for joining. It looks like a couple people came in. So did this bong. I haven't quite got into the love readings yet, but we are in tarot mode. Just a reminder, try to hold any questions. I don't do personal readings, yada, yada, yada. Just stay in the flow with me. Abba's on right now. I'm listening to music tonight. Your emotions, lay all your love on me. So, I think Three of Cups is more celebratory. I feel like it's more. I don't think it'd be more menage a trois than third party energy, but very celebratory. Obla D, Beatles action. Yeah, we're gonna probably do a John Lennon reading really soon, but he knows he's gonna have to wait. What do you mean? Oh, because it wakes you up. You got me cracking up. Um, yeah, so three of cups, very celebratory, coming together and celebrating, okay? These three cards, we have four of cups. This armadillo is kind of, it seems like he's falling almost into these cups, where it's not that you have um bad offers in front of you, but it seems like maybe there's just something going on where you don't want anything that you have right now, and it's okay. Sometimes the case is, you don't always get what you want, you get what you need, or love the one you're with, or whatever. But this Four of Cups energy is looking like falling into the trap of this isn't what I wanted, instead of, you know what I'd like, right? Um, Instead of complaining, repeating the things that you don't like or don't want, because if you're just affirming them to be there, it's more about, I'd much rather, I prefer when, da 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 da. So changing the way you speak will get you to that Three of Cups energy and get you out of the wayward abyss of like falling into it, falling into something. The Chariot, it's going to be a ride, and the fact that this Chariot is a polar bear to me is very powerful. Where it's a long journey, it's a cold, long journey, and it's odd. There's chickens, right? Chickens and polar bears. So there's a heart in the back too. So the polar bear would indicate like a long, solitary, cold, treacherous journey ahead to get to this destination. This you could be a Cancer, dealing with a Cancer or something that happened in Cancer season, but the polar bear represents this arduous journey, whereas the chickens would indicate a brand new beginning. Five, 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 five. Um, the spring chicken, right? And so, especially being in this last leg of winter where we're already made it to February, spring starts in March. It's about to be Aries season. We're gonna make Pisces season so much fun. It's gonna be lots of dancing, lots of music, lots of songs, and singing. Why is that coming up? I don't know. Joyful. Life goes on, right? On and on, life goes on. So you just gotta keep going on. And Five of Wands, you have to understand that just because the Five of Wands might feel boring at first when you start to get your life together, or you come out of states of emotional maxitude. I don't know how to say, like the Ten of Wands. Oh my God, I am the walrus. This is so funny. Why is this like Beatles train on? I am here. This is why I don't like John Lennon, but I'm gonna leave it on for y'all. But also, maybe this is a message from John Lennon. If he came to you in a dream, then that's for you. I don't know if anybody had a dream with John Lennon in it. That was not because you listened to I had a dream with John Lennon in it months ago. But I talked to him regardless. So I think if you had a dream with John Lennon in it, that man trying to talk to you, bro. That's not some kind of weird subconscious. Oh, that was interesting. That man trying to talk to you, dummy dumb. Did you literally see John Lennon in a dream? It could have been anyone named John who passed away. That's not some kind of like You know, if it was maybe if it's a person who's alive named John, if they came to you in a dream, they're thinking about you. That's not some kind of accident. And I wouldn't say that's across the board, but the fact that two Beatles songs just played and the name John was like prevalent on the stream the other night, and we could not figure out what the energy was. If you saw someone, I'm getting the vibe that it was like actually John Lennon that showed up in someone's dream. But if it applies anywhere else, that yes, that dream was real, that someone's subconscious reaching out to you, especially if you consider you sleep at different hours. So it's like one unconscious is someone's conscious and vice versa. So, yes, that was a specific message that someone personally was trying to carry to you, not some kind of subconscious made up dream world thing, you know? So remember, as you're healing and you're coming out of this phase of being in an emotionally oppressive state, being maxed out or stressed out at all times, or kind of hitting your emotional limits with things, so to speak, you have to accept that the Five of Wands, the middle ground, it can feel boring. Where you're like, oh, well, it's not chaotic anymore, but the chaos was kind of fun. I guess I could fight with someone as long as I was having makeup sex. But now I don't know what to do because I'm like not doing that. I'm not fighting. So do we just have regular sex? You dumbass, you fucking anger, fucking go to therapy type bullshit. That's what this is. Because it's like things working out for the best, but then it's like, oh, well, I actually like what I was doing. I actually really like drama. I actually really like lying. I actually really like cheating. I actually really like all this stuff. That's what this is basically. Is like once you become not it's just because you find something boring doesn't mean it's boring. It doesn't mean everyone's as boring as you. Some people can have those things and not be fucking bored. Some people want to heal instead of just like healing to prove a point and then going back to being toxic. That sounds, you hear how that sounds when I say it back to you. Where you're like, oh, well, I can get better. Watch me get better. And I'm still going to go back to being petty and weird and obsessive just because I choose to, because it's what I like. That's weird, right? You know, that's weird. Okay. So this pile, and then we're going to try to wrap up this deck too and get something else going. Bottom of this little pile here, face down. Bottom of it is the possum, the hanged man. Some people say the hanged man is Pisces energy, so we will say this is going to take this little stack is going to be what's playing out to the rest of the year of the zodiac cycle. So Aries season starts March 20th or March 21st, depending on who you ask and whether or not they want to be a Pisces. Cute. Um, but there is this is gonna kind of be the look ahead. And you might get confirmations in dreams. You might see stuff that happens in a dream and then comes to life. That's a sign that things are kind of like adding up or aligning and like that you're moving in the right direction. Unless you're having nightmares or night terrors and negative associations or reminders, you know. Um, hmm, I don't know. You'll get it. So, the magician. Manifesting. Remember, we talked about this the other day. This full moon energy's got people fucked up still, and it was days ago. And I feel like it's more full moon out today than it was 2 days ago when the full moon actually was. But it's also like the weekend, and when full moons are on a Friday, they always pop off. So tonight was wild. I saw a lot of things that were like, whoa, people feeling that energy. And it's moving like a sonic boom. So now that we're getting out of the full moon, it's full for these couple days and then it's going to move to become the new moon and that's when you manifest. So that you got to look at the moon calendar, but that's coming up. The magician is manifesting and bringing things to life, the things that are in you, the things that you want, and being able to create them. Look, he's got a little wand. That's so cute, like a little torch. So um, remember to synchronize with the new moon for creation and manifestation and letting go of and detoxing for full moons, right? And not vice versa. A lot of people do vice versa, but that's perfect for them who maybe want to harvest that energy for nefarious purposes or whatever. kind of conspiracy to throw in there. In the reverse, we have the Emperor. So we're seeing an absence of the masculine presence here. It could be fire, air, or it could be a male presenting or a sign male at birth person, or both. But the Emperor is not there. So this might, I mean, this could also be because the Emperor is Aries, and I was like, okay, so the moon is the Pisces card, and I don't know, sometimes in tarot readings, I'll pick things up that other tarot readers say because I think a lot of tarot is passed by word of mouth intentionally. Okay. So some people associate the Hanged Man with Pisces, just like they associate the Magician with Gemini, or I associate the Empress with Taurus, right? Um, the Emperor is Aries. And so because I was talking about a timeline of like, oh, we're going to talk about till the end of Pisces season, this card coming up so quickly like this, it very much seems like an absent male figure and in some masculine figure in some perception. But it could be that this, like I said, there's an emphasis on this all happening before Aries season. Like this is going to happen before Aries season. So a Six of Wands, yeah, there's going to be victory. Um, woohoo! Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. So, Six of Wands, this pedestal, this filigree, I don't know what's going on there, but the Six of Wands is victory. It's kind of like overcoming something and being able to put in the work and enjoy. That's the dancing and singing, is pulling off a victory and making things better, doing the work, um, going within and moving like water and flowing through the next couple seasons, right? The rest of Aquarius season and Pisces season, so that when we get to Aries season, we go in with a win and with our bag and with our checks and with our ducks in a fucking row at the pond or wherever the fuck the silly goose are. Ten of Wands. It can always creep back up. Whether that's a mental health thing, whether that's it doesn't really feel like addiction. It feels more like mental. Again, if you're going to do and put in the work just to prove you can and you don't genuinely want to make yourself a better person, that's kind of crazy. But Ten of Wands coming up when we're working so hard, it's like stress trigger warning. Like you might take on a bunch of work or take on a new person and not realize how stressful it is. But then I just switch these for some reason where it's like, okay, so if you were at a Five of Wands, emotional flatancy, what the fuck does that mean? That cannot be a real word. But you're like flatlining emotionally, very bored, very much like heart's in no place, right? And you get a Six of Wands, this victory, this passion, this intensity, then it can very quickly feel like overwhelming Ten of Wands coming in like a big, like you're gonna drown in this wake of the flood, right? Banshee Beat. Oh, that's cute. Love this album. Don't you? Isn't that's funny. I keep trying though. That's the what the fuck? Um, Ten of Wands coming in like a flood gate. So if you're dealing with a Five of Wands, then the Six of Wands feels like a Ten of Wands. But if you're already at a Ten of Wands, then a Five of Wands might feel like a Six of Wands. Because if you're at a place where like emotions are high, things are not good, it's like overwhelmed and the passion is maybe like again obsession and stuff like that, then coming down to a Five of Wands and being stable, chill, and kind of in like in stillness will feel more like a victory than a burden and less likely to sabotage, right? Two of Cups, because there is love. There's love there. These elephants have their trunks up. That's a good luck sign and blessing. There's love. The cups must be drunk. Um, there is love. Strength. Could be a Leo that you're involved with. Could be Leo season. Something about Leo season. That's something. The thing is, we had this. I feel like during Cancer season we were doing a bunch of love readings, and then Leo season we switched gears and stopped doing them. And that we didn't do like any, I think, I don't really remember. We were using the love decks maybe that was Leo season, but that was like the last time we looked into any of the romantic stuff um, as our overall timeline. But remember that with great strength comes great resilience. So knowing that you will have to use your strength means there might be pushback. There might be people who don't want you to have something or do something. And the whole point of life is to do it anyways, knowing it's good for you. And if you really believe that it's good for others, then you'll know it's the right thing to do or the just thing to do. And then Hangman, once again, Pisces season. This is all going to be like tying up, finishing out, closing out. The action or inaction is one and the same. The reaction is well played. So it had momentum, it was gaining traction. It was all the rage, it was all the fashion. Bottom of the deck, the star in reverse. Or maybe the deck is upside down. The deck is upside down. So maybe not necessarily Aquarius season, because Aquarius season's right now, and this is once again the whole deck's upside down. So I was actually holding it upside down. So maybe the star is rising. Maybe the star has yet to rise. But it's also things coming as a surprise. So something might not be surprising, but it's like, oh, surprise. Shocked but not surprised, or not shocked but still surprised kind of energy. Three of Swords. Oh, some kind of breakup or something. Shocker. The sun in reverse. So you're really sad about it, but the moon underneath. And yeah, okay. The masculine is more upset maybe than the feminine, or the masculine chose to walk away. Now I'm confused. Maybe the deck wasn't upside down. They're just really mixed up. I think it was upside down, and some of them are just in reverse. Anyway, I was trying to put this deck away, and more cards came out. The idea wasn't to do this reading, but to put them away, and I always shuffle the deck before I put my cards away. And this deck is just really hard to shuffle, so a bunch fell out. Queen of Swords. Someone coming in with the interference, the interruptions, the cut off, Knight of Cups, and Queen of Swords. So we have like the water femme but masculine parental energy moving maybe away from this Queen of Swords who's trying to swoop back in. Birds of a feather do flock together, but it seems like the Queen of Swords, so the feminine presenting masculine energy versus the masculine presenting feminine energy, it's very obvious that the feminine is on the hunt here. Okay, so we're talking like air or fire. Well, swords is air, which is masculine. And that's why I'm saying that. And queen is the feminine. So it's giving that kind of energy of like the feminine presenting masculine energy and vice versa, because the knight is the masculine, but the cups is water is feminine. So we're seeing this masculine trying to move away from this energy of interception and interference, but it's like there's some kind of revenge thing or something. 111. And the swan is very violent. So, oh my god, it just came out again. Knight of Cups and Three of Wands. Right, trying to fucking go in a new direction. Go up, moving up, upwards. So if you're in I want to say like a custody battle, like there's some kind of it's not necessarily kids involved. I guess it could be like um even if it was amicable, it's not like a custody battle. There's some kind of I can't say manipulation, because I think that both any parties involved signed up, kind of whatever this is. So it's not even, it's just disagreements or whatever, just like difference of opinion, and that's what it comes down to, or something like that. There is a lot more to the situation that I'm gonna let on because I don't know what that's about or who it's for. The star, the Four of Wands, calling in the night, crying in the night, singing out for something that's kind of like, yeah, shrouded in doubt. The Hanged Man in reverse now. The Tower, except the L, gracefully, quickly. The sooner you fall down, the sooner you can build up. Ace of Swords, knowledge coming through, understanding the situation, seeing things for what it is. The Emperor back upright, getting the masculine back up again after he falls and has fallen. The Tower is the crumbling moment where all the things that I've done in the dark come to light. And yeah, now the masculine don't look so good because who's the petty ones, right? It's not the femmes. Leave us out of it. It's the masculines. So, magician, once again, learning to build up, manifest, start from scratch from the below, and Two of Wands, building a home, finding a connection, connecting with someone. Knight of Pentacles could be a little bit of gold digging going on. Could be a little bit of gold digging going on. But Two of Swords, you've made your peace with that. Frog, love to see the froggies. We love froggies. Um, and the sooner you make peace with that, the sooner you can stop fighting it. Knight of Swords and Four of Swords in reverse. So we're seeing an alleviation of conflict. It is an alleviation of conflict when you realize that someone is just after something, then you can truly kind of let it go. Okay. Kind of crazy, right? Dealing with I don't know. Like I said, I was just putting this away. I always shuffle my cards before I put them back. So that was it. Just a little extra special message for somebody who might be going through something like that. Dear Prudence, more Beatles. Okay, somebody must have had a dream about John Lennon. That's so funny. It's time to come out as whoever you are, come as you are. It's not coming out like being gay necessarily, to just be able to come out as yourself and be yourself and kind of like get your life back kind of thing. Again, this connection may have been draining you and you're like, damn, it's time we just stop doing this. And how do we do that? And why are we even doing it in the first place? And healing those wounds, addressing those roots, and fucking yanking them and retilling, replanting, and resoiling your garden. Because the sooner you do, the sooner it will bloom. Because spring is fast approaching, and now is the time to do it. Okay? Pull the plug. If that's literal, someone is coming through and letting you know it's time to pull the plug. Like, if that's, sorry to say, that is someone dealing with a brain thing, it's time to let it go, let them go, and pull the plug, literally. Ace of Cups. They are fulfilled. They had a long life. They loved it here. And it's time to let go of their flesh and let go of their body and let go of that bond. It's time to let them go. You gotta unplug. You've gotta unplug. Okay? Six of Cups. Focus on your loved ones. Focus on what's in front of you. Focus on the cups that you are providing for. You know what I mean? Don't worry about this thing that's empty and emptying you. Okay, dear Prudence. You know, open up. No, let me see you smile. Oh, you know. And dear Prudence, like a little child. Okay. It's time to be you. It's time to do what you want. It's time to put yourself first. It's time to be the person that you always dreamt of being, and doing the things you always wanted to do, and even doing the things you set out to do that you thought were impossible, that you thought maybe you made up, that you thought were too good to be true or couldn't be you, or maybe not. Maybe you wanted it the whole fucking time, and now you're like, somehow I got it, but I don't know how to get it, even though it's right there, and I don't know how to say that it's weird that you can. Is someone drinking alcohol? Is that why I'm doing this? You're taking shots. Not aliens. You're drunk. That's so funny. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Butter up. Oh my gosh. Hello. Thank you. Have you been lurking for a while? Sorry if it was getting rough or personal. I'm about to bust out love readings. But I don't do any personal readings on the channel, just so you know, and I'm great. How are you? I'm good. How aren't you? I want to say that. I didn't want to address it because I don't know you, so I didn't want to embarrass you. I always ask people when they come on here about their pronouns and sun sign. The two things that I like to know about someone. Stuck in the Middle with You is on. I'm listening to music very, very quietly. Yes, I'm stuck in the middle with you. Don't know what it is I should do. Um, that was a really nice reading. I liked that. It's sad that like I've been yeah. What kind of question? You know what though? We're gonna ask away. I'm gonna roll some ads. So when I come back, I'll put it on the chat and roll ads so we get another because we're at 15 minutes. So I'm just gonna get the clock back up to the uninterrupted before I pull out the love readings and take some time between decks. So I don't know what you meant by ask a question, but yeah, I'll be right back. Ask away. All right. So, I have, hey, Welcome to the stream. So earlier I left out three cards from the other night. You should watch it. It was so cool and wholesome. Really great reading. Um, it felt really beautiful, like while it was happening. I was very connected to those cards. I did a Halloween Oracle quick because I had one that needed to be put back, and then Guardian of the Night that we did the other night. I don't remember if you're there. They were awesome. But I do want to do love readings because Sunday we have some Valentine things going on. So if you follow me on Instagram and you're around, you'll know what I'm talking about. At Ellie Millie or at ILMissDex. But Sunday I'm doing love readings for Valentine's Day. And so I wanted to do a preview of each of my Valentine's, well, not Valentine decks, but each of my love decks tonight. So I don't want to do too in-depth of readings. If we want to switch up and do some other cards, or if there's one that ends up being longer than the others, whatever. Um, yeah, whatever that means. I kind of like it. I don't know if you're quoting something, but it sounds cool. Yeah. So I like listening to my music, but I feel like at this point these are just irritating my soul. On my channel, I never do personal readings because gotcha. Oh, tonight, the song. Um, paused at the Killers. Why do I keep counting? So, um, anyway, on my channel, I never really do personal readings, but you stick around enough. Some people get very VIP treatment just for hanging out with me wee hours of the morning when no one else is here. But when there's multiple people in the room, we're sharing our energy, and all my messages are collective. And if you are seeing it, it's for you. That's how we roll around here. But again, oddly personal, and I don't want to say psychic, but creepy stuff. I see creepy stuff, and it's like, whoa, what the fuck? I love it, dude. I'm so up. Okay, so last night's stream, after being on here for like 7 hours, whatever, I pretty much stayed up for a few more hours, took like a 3 hour nap, and then just hung out with my best friends, aka some toddlers and their moms, all day long. And then took another maybe 2 hour nap. And so here I am. And like, how long now do I stay up? Because I got shit to do. And I am like 2 days out of fucking Sarah Paulson jail. I'm free. I'm a free man. I've been alleviated of my uterine duties. Exactly. I'm taking tomorrow off the stream. I'm gonna get everything ready for Sunday, Valentine's. I'm gonna be at a live event. So you'll have to follow my Instagram if you want to know more about it. At Illy Billy or at ILMissDex. So I'll be doing love readings, which is why I wanted to do a preview of each of my love decks. And that's great. Right now? No, tomorrow. We said no work tomorrow. Right. Um, that'll be fun. Good for you. So, welcome everybody. You're here at a great time, everybody. Why are you saying this? No one needs to know that. That's really weird, actually, to just be like, I'm gonna be in this place at this time tomorrow. Like, no, don't do. You're on the internet, bro. Um. Anyways, so better change your plans. Oh, cool. Fuck yeah, that's cool as fuck. Okay. That's cool. That makes more sense. I was like, bro, what are you doing? You're promoting a show. That's really dope. Hey, that actually sounds cool. I'm gonna ask you about it tomorrow. All right, so right now we're just chatting because I'm gonna play another ad when I can. Gotta recharge the ad battery. And then we'll have like an uninterrupted hour in which we do these three tarot decks. So we're gonna look at the different styles of relationships that we all have. So in this time while we're still chatting, I'm gonna just kind of go over it if you don't already know. Hey, happy Friday, everybody. I'm happy y'all here. Did somebody just end a stream? I'm just kidding. Y'all have lives. It's literally a Friday. Like what the fuck? Okay, so welcome everybody. It was a quiet first hour, but I'm telling you that reading was very sentimental. I used the Halloween Oracle and the Guardian of the Night tarot, and it was very beautiful. I really liked it. But now we're shifting into love readings because Valentine's Day is coming up. So I think on Valentine's Day, like the Tuesday or whatever, or Monday, I should say Monday probably because I'll be off Tuesday. I don't stream on Tuesdays. Um, we'll do more in depth. These are going to be kind of more quick draws, I think. and do a few cards from each of these decks and looking at them side by side is the plan. So let's roll these ads, see how much time we get, and then we'll either chat a little more and roll another one, or if we have an hour, I'll jump into the tarot and explain as I go. So I'll be right back. Stick with me. About to bust out the cards. Blow a kiss now. No, I'm starting it over. I love this song so fucking much. They look down. No, I'm like trying to rip my bong and serenade you with Kate Bush. Okay. They look down at the ground, missing. But I never go in now. I'm looking at the big sky. Oh, big sky now. Looking at the big sky. You never understood me. You never really tried. Okay, so Momo is a children's book by Michael Ende, and it sounds like this people delayed or in a rush quote would be from that book. I think I'm caught up. And then just more emo lyrics from Jai. Looking at the big sky. You never understood me. You never really tried. And that cloud looks like Ireland. No, that's not the same part. Blow a kiss now. Still wrong. That's okay. Changing in the big sky. No, changes are good. I love how I'm singing that changes are in the big sky and you're singing changes are no good. Conflicting energy. Don't like it. Change your vibe. No. We just said we were never going to talk to David Bowie last night, so kind of a weirdo. I don't know. What was the question, honey? Big sky. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. We don't do Bowie around here. Okay. I can't focus until this song is over. I shouldn't have started it over so many times because it would most certainly already be over if I didn't start it over literally like 3 or 4 times before I came back to the stream. But it's so hype. This is what love should feel like. Hounds of Love. Listen, if y'all have never heard Kate Bush, you did because you watched Stranger Things, right? Be running up that road, be running up that hill. That's the first track on Hounds of Love. I think Rolling Stone just put it on a list. Like, fuck off, okay? She's getting inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Oh, she's having a 15 minutes, fucking 40 years late, and now y'all want to include her and everything. Yeah, I believe in gatekeeping, okay? I do. I think it's some things are fucking sacred for a reason, and y'all should come in through the gate like everyone else. There are keepers at the gate for the reason, okay? Same reason Peter is at the pearly gates and Satan's at the fucking mouth of hell, right? I believe in gatekeeping. What of it? And I'm still gonna put you on to this shit. So if you've never heard Hounds of Love, Kate Bush album from 1985, then you should listen to it because that's the energy that embodies love. And that's what we're channeling. Maybe I'll just put it on. No, we're going to get messages. Part of the reason I like listening to music when I do love readings and stuff, or just depending on where I'm at my cycle, is to get like the extra added message, especially like a night like tonight where the energy is feeling really good. And I felt so connected to those cards earlier. Highly recommend watching the first hour of this. But if you're just tuning in, we're about to crack into some love readings. If you don't already know that I don't do personal readings on this channel, you do now. So please refrain from asking, but do follow and feel free to comment along. Please try not to disrupt from the readings or trauma them. Sorry, that seems weird, but it's got to be mentioned. Next song is Hit to Death. What song is this? And now, Oh, this is the one I never finished. Felt Good to Burn. That's ironic. I ripped us off. Yeah, this was by far the hardest song tried to cover when I made this album of Hit to Death in the Future Head by the Flaming Lips. I literally never actually finished this song, which is why I only posted a picture and lyrics for it because I just like could not. It's for someone like me who like already isn't playing any instruments and to try to replicate the sounds of this track, which is like I think it's track 3 on the album. No, the sun is track 4 on the album. It's there's this repetitive noise. And I don't know what it is. Probably an instrument, maybe some kind of like synthesizer or something. And it feels like something's being played backwards over it, and then the voices are echoed on top of it. And then it changes, and there's like a bass line somewhere in there too. Do, 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 do. But then the backwards echo effect on top. I couldn't do it. And I have like the shittiest fucking take or recording about it, and I just never finished it. So I just posted like the picture and the of the singles art and the fucking lyrics to that song because there's no track for it because I just like could not fucking figure out how to do this. I think a lot of it is audio being playing backwards. What do you mean picked up on obstacle one? You're working on a song that you can't finish. Um, yeah. So this one it was actually one of the most essential to the album because the whole thing was supposed to be this long-winded explanation about what PMDD is and why it affects me. Why I'm sorry about some of the things that I've done and said or whatever. And this was really important because this one is the one that's like, no, it felt like the Truman Show. Like people think it's narcissism, like, oh, you make everything about yourself, and it's like, no, 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 I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid that people are after me or that everybody's conspiring against me, and people take that as like, oh, why would you be so conceited as to think that? It's like paranoia. Like what? That's not an active choice that anyone would make to think that everyone was out to get them. That's an experience that I feel the 2 weeks before I'm about to drop a new mixtape and shed so many ounces of blood that I might end up with a pound by the end of it. Sometimes I jar it up just to see. Okay, so this song was like it felt like the Truman Show. It was like okay, it was yeah. No, it's Flaming Lips. It's called, Felt Like a Burn. No, that's my version. What is it actually called? Felt Good to Burn by the Flaming Lips on Hit to Death in the Future Head. That was the one song four with 4 people watching. Lola's on The Kinks. Someone oh, hey, is our hey, it's just like Coca-Cola, the Cola. Is our girl here or me and she asked me to dance? Or wait, it was like trans, but it was E-Day, right? My bad. Backwards. But Trans Anthem, Lola, I love this song. Who's Amber? And now this is too loud. Okay. So maybe you're dealing with someone named Lola or a similar name to Lola or a trans woman. I don't know. Um, but there's yeah, I'm using the music as added messages for these love readings. So I'm just because Lola came on the Kinks. La 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 la. This song is so fucking progressive, and people like don't even like people didn't even really register what they were singing about, and I feel like you could see it as them teasing, but at the same time, it was just like a story, and a lot of them were experimenting and bisexual and open-minded, and they were progressive people outside of the music as well. So it seems like a good fit. But what a cool song. And really, really great era, I think, of life and music. And I don't know what that is. About the Kinks. Yeah. But anyways, soulmate reading. People got sick of me. I don't know. Everyone is here, no, they're not. But as long as I got my Dave Wonders or my Ride or Dies or whatever my regulars, I don't like that. It feels like a bar term, but it's kind of funny because it's like same idea, same concept, different medium. Um, the pink deck is for the soulmate bonds, soulmate connections. Um, these can be romantic, but our soulmates are anybody who is long time by our side, there to help us get through things and hold our hand through the process. Very symbiotic and mostly smooth. Not necessarily, no relationship is going to be entirely conflict free. It's natural to disagree with people, but you probably never really truly get into arguments or huge fallouts with soulmates. So keep that in mind. And then after that, well, like I said, I'm going to pull a few and I'm going to do them all side by side, I think. So the other decks, we have the Demon Tarot, which I call the Demon Oracle because it's not really a tarot deck. These are going to be karmic relationships. So while a lot of people perceive karmics as their toxic ex or people who get back together and break up a lot, which those fall under karmic relations, karmics can also just be any relationships that represent the bondage or um, kind of like passing of trauma. So it can be parental and child relationships can be karmic, and any kind of situations where there might be like money involved. So like coworkers or competitors and stuff like that might often be karmic relationships. And then if you're in a functional karmic relationship, there you might just be at odds where like if someone lives in another country or um, maybe like you keep coming back together or like life pulls you apart. And so even though you both put intentions into this, you keep coming back and separating, but you have been together, that would be karmic. Okay, and then the last deck we have is the mystery deck, which is the deck I use to channel gods, goddesses, guides, and galactics. And one of the times it was around Valentine's Day last year, and I was using the mystery deck to do a channel message with like extraterrestrials or whatever. Is this Kate Bush again? Is this Wuthering Heights right now? Because you fucking know it's Wuthering Heights right now because I fucking told you I'm the Kate Bush of the group. Could you leave me when I needed to test you? Attest you. It's possess you. I don't want to possess you. I attest you. Night dreams in the night. You told me I was going to lose the fight. Leave behind my wuthering heights, Heathcliff. Okay, but goofing. Um, the mystery deck is what I use to do channeled messages. Gods, goddesses, guides, galactics. During one of the alien transmissions, it came through to do twin flame readings with that deck. So I had already been using this, was like the only deck I was using for any kind of romantic relationships other than my sexual magic deck, which I don't use on live or on main, I guess. Um, but that's why I started doing twin flame readings is because during an extraterrestrial transmission, they were like, no, that's what twin flame connections are, cosmic. That's why you usually really only have one because it takes so long to get to people in the same spot when you're traveling different dimensions, lifetimes, cosmos, planets, kind of cool, timeless connections that are like it's that's a rare thing to get more than one, unless it's consequential, where there's always some kind of point of adversity, which is what kind of disconnects you in the human world, whereas you get pulled almost as like pulled this way, but you're here doing this with your twin flame. This is for connections where you maybe have known someone for a long time, but you never dated, you were never together. This is not someone you've like y'all fucked and keep coming back. That's karmic. That's what I was saying. It's like some karmic situations aren't necessarily toxic just because you've been together and get pulled apart and come back. That's the karmic lesson, is seeing that you'll always come back to each other. Some people are meant to break the habit, break the cycle, and some people are meant to rectify it and work on it. Karmic relationships don't have to be bad, but a lot of them do have more definite or defined endings. Yeah, it is. Welcome back. So, not everyone's gonna have twin flames, so like don't wait up. That's I usually do them at the end, but this is gonna be like a few cards from each deck side by side so we can see and feel each vibe and just get a little taste. And then on Monday night, we're gonna do a deeper dive. We might do Sunday and Monday and pick and split them up maybe as like a Valentine's stream, because I'm not streaming on actual Valentine's Day because I mostly just because I never stream Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Those are like my days off, and Saturdays are my days off streaming. So yeah, if you ever do want to catch me on stream, my timing is usually pretty much after 9 p.m. Pacific time, guaranteed. But sometimes it's a little earlier, very rarely, and sometimes it's much later, like tonight. But I always, pretty much always stream Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday. And if you want to follow me on Instagram at IllyMilly or at IElmsNext, you'll know I'll post a link when I'm about to stream. So you can always check in those days. But I'm going to do in-depth love readings Sunday, Monday night to give us a little insight, or do Valentine's readings. And right now we'll do side by side. So once again, we can feel the difference. So this is going to be shorter polls, and then if we have, well, we can talk about it after, or do a different deck or whatever. But I wanted to save the love readings for Valentine's Day, so we're just going to do those 2 days before. I might get on here and not have the energy to do love readings Sunday night, and like I intended to split up the deck because I'll be doing them at an event. But Decepticon, nice. I like how it sounds like deception, and that you like that song being the person. I think that's what I would call Decepticon. Like recon, but deception. Decepticon. Love that. Every day and night. Every day and night. I could be singing it, but I was like, ooh, I know how that sounds. This song is more annoying than anything, and it's better sang than you can yell. Try to suppress your best Kathleen Hanna impression. I usually do, but yeah, no, it's like squeaky tone. Page of Wands, staring and wishing and hoping and thinking and dreaming and blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, all blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, it's tarot time. More crackers, please. More crackers, please. You want what you want and you want what you need. Love you. Who does your hair? I'm singing in my own style instead of trying to sing it like Kathleen Hanna. More bearable, less cringy. Bottom of this deck, 5 of Pentacles. Who feels left out in the cold? But who got left out in the cold? Who put the ram in the ram-a-lam-a ding dong? Who put the bomb in the bomb-a-bomb-a-lum? Who took the ram from the ram-a-lam-a ding dong? Who got left out in the cold? Why do you feel left out in the cold when you're not the one who got left out in the cold? Who's actually out there? Looks like 2 people. Who knows? We'll discuss it, but I'm going to pull all the cards before we read any of them. You're cool and I hardly want to say not because I'm so bored. Karmic? Linoleum floor, linoleum floor. Your lyrics are dumb like a linoleum floor. I'll walk on it. I'll walk on it. Above all things, it's fuck. Who took the ram from the ram ding dong? That was probably too many. The demons are not playing with y'all asses. They said I can put away the ones that fell, but there's still a huge pile. Appreciate you. I don't really know. I thought the whole lesson with the 27 Club was to not get that. Is this ABBA right now? Take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know. Place to go. It will keep you. No, I'm not coming out. What else told? I wouldn't argue. Doesn't matter who. No tattling. Shut up. Okay. Beelzebub. Ooh, you feel like you're being watched? Wow, that's rich. That is rich, considering the scrying in the mirror. Yeah, all of it. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Excessive refresh, refresh, refresh. That's so fucking cute. I don't know who that is, but there's too many people coming off of woodworks with that fucking whack ass energy. It's like, well, you made me feel, bitch, you did that to yourself. Shut up. Maybe change your mind. And if it's paranoia, deal with it, right? Because I admitted fucking 20 minutes ago about feelings of paranoia and feeling like the goddamn Truman Show. But then I acknowledged that I have PMDD and started helping myself by treating it, reflecting on it, studying it, experimenting with it, because as much as I've reached out for medical professionals and otherwise help throughout my life, is in touch with communities of people who also are affected by the same deal, right? There's just only so much. It's work in progress. So if you're feeling like, oh my God, then you need to address why you feel that way and then decide once you can decipher what's genuine and what's paranoia and where it's coming from and why you're so insecure and what planet you're on and all of that. That's when you can start to unfold what's really meant to happen, as I'm told. And these are when I'm holding the twin flame deck right now, so I don't know what kind of serious ass shit y'all in, but look, masculine feminine needs to come together. That's what's happening. They need to come together. If you're stuck in the midst of that, then that sucks for fucking you. You probably shouldn't have played your cards the way you did. That's the lesson. That's if you need me, let me know. Got no place to go. When you're feeling down. I don't know ABBA that well, but I wish I did. I love ABBA. They're great. I'm still. Take a chance on me. Was that a demon? Ooh. How mysterious. Where did that just fall from? The sky? I didn't see what it was. It was face down. So we're going to leave that right on the keyboard so I don't forget about it. So we don't peek until the very end. How cute. Okay. I don't really know the words to most ABBA songs as I was saying. I wish I knew it better because I love ABBA, but I love that this is masculine and feminine. That's the whole thing with the twin flame connection is the balance, right? Getting it right. Being complete without the other is the key to achieving that type of connection. And that's why a lot of people don't have it because most people either seek out their other half or have like a team of people, but the twin flame journey is a lonely one because you basically are rewarded at the end because you go through it yourself. You might have soulmates along the way, but you never commit to any of them because you move through things. Even karmics, you don't last long because you face things on your own and yeah, T great by the way. Yeah, I totally just realized. But twin flame, you do it all on your own. Even if you have those types of relationships to show you, they're never long lasting because you kind of figure it out, or you may give a soulmate a chance. But the twin flame is the reward at the end, basically. So Anybody who deals with toxicity and codependence in a relationship is in a karmic one, most likely. Um, Not that karmics are all negative, but it's not a twin flame connection if it looks toxic, period. Sorry. Sorry, Megan. Yeah, so that being said, I have three piles. There looks like the most demon cards, so a lot of you might be dealing with karmics. Once again, those can show up in the workplace, sexual tension, even or not, non romantic or otherwise. Once again, connections that are established can sometimes disconnect and reconnect over time. Um, I'm gonna roll a 3 minute ad because we have 28 minutes, but since I just got these all out, I don't want to take a break in between piles, kind of, unless I get really exhausted. I want the opportunity to just go back to back to back. I think it seems like less cards than it actually is. Actually, the pink deck and the mystery deck don't have that many cards. The karmics do, but I just read out of the book. So kind of want the uninterrupted hour. So I'm going to run the ads a little early um, from our uninterrupted hour. But that's just because I don't want to disrupt this once I start. So we'll be back in 3 minutes. You can grab a pen, take notes if you want to. Make a list maybe while I'm talking about like ideal traits in a partner, rather than trying to manifest a person. But it's okay if you're talking. I haven't really gotten into it yet, and it's just not distracting you. It's like there's no you can interject but not interrupt, right? You can add things to a conversation without changing the topic. So you can pick one, but I'm going to go in an order. So if you want to assign them to people in your life or situations in your life, King of Wands. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Yeah. 3 minute ad. All right, I'm back. I got tarot. So we're gonna start with, I always go with the pink deck first, and then the demon cards, and then the mystery deck. But because I put the pink deck here and the demon deck here and the mystery deck here, I was thinking I might do demons first, especially because I keep setting this in inconvenient places. But this deck I read out of the book. Pardon me. I slammed more food while I was on break. Is this the killers again? This is the life's in danger. I give a damn about my hair. I love my hair. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I cut it myself. This is borderline pathetic. I don't. I love the Killers. I'm not even gonna lie. There's a lot of songs I listen to. Both the ones that played ain't one of them, and it's not this often. And there's no way in hell this is some. No, please relax. Okay, we're gonna go with the demons first, so I can put them away, basically. Which is my favorite what? First up, bottom of the deck, we got Beelzebub, the eyes and the ears of hell. Um, probably Sam's Town, right? Nobody ever. This song, Sam's Town on Sam's Town. Um, their cover of Romeo and Juliet definitely stands out. But the Sam's Town acoustic, it's good. The regular version's good too, but the acoustic version live on the piano version, great. Um, Spaceman hits home. Spaceman hits real hard. Those are probably my top three off the top of my head. Favorite Killer songs. And the one they did with Lou Reed is pretty good. Steady boys, I think that she needs me. I was just sipping on something sweet. I don't need political process. I got a feeling that they're gonna break down the door. I got a feeling that they're gonna come back for more. And I was thinking that I lost my mind. Cause it's been giving to you this time and don't stop until dragging me down. That one. Um, it's on Sawdust. I feel like was not. I don't know. Day and Age was their breakout album, right, with Mr. Brightside and stuff. I don't remember. It's a vibe though. Anyways, beware of the line between curiosity and nosiness. Yeah, so I get that people can be curious about my life or maybe others, and that's why tarot, cross watchers, or wanting to know more insight. But you know what? Sometimes it's about letting go and just letting things play out or asking for your damn self. Wow. Remember, this is going to be tied to karmic relationships. So, once again, connections that come back and separate, go back off and on relationships for whatever reason. If someone's in the military or something and gets deployed and keeps going back home, or like something like that, where they're gone a lot and you literally keep coming back together and stuff. People who work through thing like adversity, not adversity in relationships, but like challenges in relationships. But it can also be like once more coworkers, parental units, and child relationships and stuff like that. Any kind of karma, anything that's going to serve you karma or teach you karma. The Doors? Was this Peace Frog? It's been a while since this came out, but I do love this song. And we love froggies. All right, so Val says focus on resolving differences with enemies, finding common ground, and friendship. So some karmics are not going away, and you need to figure out how to deal with them. And that's the truth of the matter. So it could be an ex baby, like there could be children involved. So it's like one of those things where you have to just resolve conflict and not be enemies because you have to deal with each other for a lifetime. It could be that you're both steady in your careers and neither one of you are leaving the job anytime soon and you have to figure out a way to get along at the office. Um, it could be a number of different connections. It could be a kid that's just like in a phase that doesn't like you or, off and on, distant prodigal son type. Whatever it is, you need to find common ground because without resolving these differences, it's just going to build on the karmic debt that you're trying to pay off in the first place. Next, we have Forcas. Focus on gaining eloquence and grace. So when you speak, just make sure you say it kindly no matter what it is you have to say. As long as you say it poetically, whether it's apologies or it's telling someone off, it's really going to be about saying it with grace and holding back and holding your tongue and realizing that kindness is always the answer. And that's where communication efforts should be going, is to say things with kindness and love, regardless of what you're saying, even if what you have to say is really fucked up, right? But love, make it sound good, even if it isn't good. Sounds like shitty advice, but real shit. Focus on listening instead of speaking, observing instead of being observed. Maybe it's time to sit back and start paying attention. If the world is sending you signs and signals, maybe you should listen to me instead of interrupting me, right? Instead of not you. I'm not talking about this chat. I am not talking about this chat. I'm talking about how last night I was saying I couldn't get contact with any of the dead people because the living people are blocking the airways and trying to fucking flex their skills. It's like, yeah, I can hear you. Next, like, what the fuck? Thank you for the follow, Mamirs. Yes. Um, Focus on listening instead of speaking. Ironic that a podcast would follow me. So, time to just jump right in. You don't even have to know what's going on. But Peter Gabriel featuring Kate Bush, Games Without Frontiers, 1994. Jesus. I don't know French. Focus on listening instead of speaking, observing instead of being observed. I don't need to know. I don't need to perceive you. Okay? This is my stream for a reason. Next, we got Azazel. Shout out, nephew. Beware of looking for someone to blame in situations in which no one person is responsible. Focus on fairness and offering equal praise for success as blame for mistakes. So it's time to stop pointing the finger and start putting things back together. It's not about how it got broken, it's about how it's going to get fixed. God damn it. Shut up. Domus. Sounds like Dweemus. Like Dweeb or something. Demus. Maybe. It's Ariana Osborne's deck. Colin DePlancy's Infernal Dictionary, but Forbidden Wisdom and Infernal Dictionary. I don't know what Gotia is, but it is a demon oracle deck. It's called tarot, but these are not tarot cards. They're oracle cards. Dweemus. Beware of misinformation through the telephone game. Gossip and rumors pass through many sources until the original facts are completely lost. Gossip is healthy to an extent of being able to protect and respond to your community, but if it's just for leisure activity, it's got to be kept to a minimum. Only describe what's important. Only say what people need to know on a need to know basis. That's the whole point. Be subtle. Behemoth. The elephant in the room. I think I was talking about that today. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that does sound good. Okay, that does sound cool. This is just like the yeah, I don't have all these memorized, so I'm familiar with a lot of them at this point, but there's too many of them, so I just read out of the book when I use these. Beware of considering natural instincts and actions in moderation as things to be scorned or mocked. Some territorial feelings, hungers, and instincts are perfectly reasonable human reactions, as long as we think before we act on them. What up, baby? It's been a while since you've been here. We're like not very deep into the reading yet, so you came at a decent time if you're sticking around. Um, this is a long one. Behemoth is one of the longest mantras in here, and it's punctuated very oddly, so it's a very long sentence, and it has a lot of weight to it, and it's a lot of breath. Where it's like, because the whole concept is like, understand that people are gonna have impulses, and they're gonna want to act on the impulses. So as long as you can justify what you're doing, you'll be in pretty good shape. Nice, congrats on that, by the way. Next we've got Witches Round. Okay. Love that. Interesting. I think there's no, I don't know. I'm getting these yawns. I'll probably get possessed or something. Which is round. Which is round. What is the goddamn alphabet? T W X V U V W. Yeah, okay. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to address it. Let's just move on. I know the I know the fucking alphabet, and yeah, I guess I have to sing the song. Okay, which is round. Focus on celebration and performance, creative routines with fellow professionals. Love that. So I love how you just said you finished 4 tracks today, and then I'm immediately saying that, like upon that arrival. So that's pretty good. Um, I don't know, what is this? I'd love to change the world. Love to Change the World by Jetta. I don't know this song, so I don't know why it's on my playlist right now. But if that song means anything to you, then consider this a special message from your person. If this is a song that you're familiar with. Um, I'll leave it up to you. Yeah, focus on celebration, performance, creative routines with fellow professionals. Cool. Love the Witches Round. Very much Three of Cups energy, in my opinion. They have the same vibe. Paimon. Paimon's the flashy one. Beware of unfavorable first impressions. Many intelligent and knowledgeable individuals are awkward or abrasive at first as a defense mechanism. One should watch for those actions within oneself. So, you think you met someone who made a bad impression. You have no idea how bad your impression was. So, relax, start over. Yeah, exactly. That's like where that comes from. Is my mom. So, beware of unfavorable first impressions. They go both ways. If someone did not impress upon you, neither did you for they. We got Abigor. Someone is exhausted or very exhausting, or there's a channel message that will come through for you this evening from someone who passed away, especially if they passed away recently or are passing away. I'm getting the shortness of breath. It's been a really long time since I've had shortness of breath. And it's not like I'm getting tired, like a tired yawn. It's very much like a very breathy yawn. I'm less tired now than I have been all day. So somebody on life support, there was a message earlier that was literally like, pull the fucking plug already. Because when people are crossing over, I can still hear them. So if that message resonates for anybody, you don't have to listen to me, but you got to really pray about that and understand that they lived a long, fulfilling life, and sometimes it's just time. Um, Focus on fostering loyalty and building teamwork skills. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Ouch. Sorry. I know. I know. Ouch. 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 My bad. Necromancer. Yeah, my bad. Um, Focus on fostering loyalty and building teamwork skills. You gotta talk with the family. That's what your karmic relationships are surrounding the situation. You all have difference of opinions. No, I'm not gonna repeat what I said. It was very painful. Yeah, she wanted the plug to be pulled if that was the case, or like, yeah, she was like not trying to live like that. Totally fulfilled, feels great about it. Um, Probably not great about it, but like it was, if that was a decision that was made, it was the right thing to do because it's not that she was miserable. There's just no coming or anything, or like there was no comeback. You know, I don't know about September 17th. So focus on fostering loyalty and building teamwork skills. Yeah, see, I told you. Mama's doing well. I'm imagining her in the nightgown. She's still a little bit lost, very much stuck in the hospital, but that's why it had to like be, yep, it had to be done. So she's like letting go. She's letting you know, like she didn't want to be in a hospital. She doesn't want you to see her in a hospital gown anymore. She wants you to see her as her mom again and not think of her as like life support. Did she have long brown hair parted down the middle? Maybe like in her youth, but she was like, she wasn't a hippie, but she clearly lived in the 60s, whether she was a child or like born in the 60s, or she was like already like an adult in the 60s. She had that very 60s look about her, or she was in her 60s or something like that. More about free love and free the people and free food than she was about um, like the hippie stuff, right? Like she was very much in her community or something like that. Like the power. I don't know if you're mixed or something. Like there's some kind of about her where she was like maybe an active, maybe not an activist. She was some kind of protester, but she would be too young to have protested Vietnam. No, Vietnam was 75. She would have been really young, but something about that, and that was like a special time in her life, and that would be the one thing that she'd like you to fixate on if you were going to fixate on anything, was that she was a badass before you were born, when you were born, after you were born, and that she worked hard and fought for things that came to pass. And her passing was the passing along of some sort of infinite knowledge that only a mother could give to her child. That's it. Book your own reading. No offense. Sorry, mom. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to be rude. Sometimes I like to connect to people just to let them know who I am and how this stuff works, and that is sometimes pretty genuine. And it's not just dead celebrities that I make things up for, but sometimes personal connections. And yeah, I saw it coming. I kept breathing, and literally before you got here, you should watch this stream. I said something about life support earlier, so she knew you were coming. Um, I have read that so many times, but I'll read it again. Focus on fostering loyalty and building teamwork skills. Okay. This card is face down and in reverse. Let's reveal. Bio. What is this? Breaking the habit of. What song is this? Is this still this Jetta song? Nope. Big by Young M.A. That's not something I've ever heard. I know I put one Young M.A. song on a playlist, but I don't know much by her, but she's pretty hot and cool. Beware of status symbols, names, ranks, or possessions. Be sure that the person behind the title is worthy of esteem. This is in the reverse. I do read reversals. I haven't always done it for all my decks across the board, but I feel like I'm going to honor this because it's the only one that was in reverse and was face down. Understand that after a very thorough vetting process, either spiritually or otherwise, you can accept the promotion. Yeah. I'm stunning. It freak people out sometimes. It can be exciting or it can be creepy, but it's definitely the necromancy is strong with me. And that's like my favorite part of the job, or the thing that I resonate the strongest with is way beyond the tarot cards. I use a completely different deck to channel messages from people, and there are some that just come through like butter, and I can tell that there's just stuff that needs to be said. So um, Bael being in reverse, you may take the promotion. This is a good deal. There was a time period the past couple months where I kept reiterating this point of like, don't sign any contracts, don't accept any deals, blah 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 blah. And there was also a notion back in Virgo season that by Aquarius season things would make sense again. So now that we're in this forward moving energy, getting to the end of the year, now is a good time to sign contracts. Now that you've revised or revisited or whatever it is, now's a good time to take on new projects, new people, new places, whatever it is, book the trip. Now is a good time to do it. Whereas the last couple months was not a good time to do it. Now is. It just needed to be revised. There needed to be fostering that loyalty. But it's yeah, the ban or curse or whatever is being kind of lifted where you're becoming more in the clear. For you specifically, sir, you need to wait until you're 21 or whatever, until the math don't math out. Not 21, but just to make sure the math don't contract you out at 27. Remember, so still watch your numbers, do your math, but things are becoming easier to understand at this point. So, yeah, that was the Damon Oracle for karmic connections. One more, fine. We'll do Oribus because that's what I named my Boa demon. Show y'all sometime. He's here somewhere, but I just don't have him on me. I haven't really broken one at all this winter, and I'm gonna do that. All right, Oribus, real quick before we put the demons away. He was the only one that came out. What is this? Sounds like Les Claypool or something. Yeah, Primus. My name is Mode. Focus on honesty with ourselves and with others. Just be honest. Again, the beginning of the karmic situation was saying things with grace. So even if what you're saying is fucked up, even if what you did is fucked up, don't come at it with anger. Don't say, okay, I did it, so what? Yeah, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You say, hey, I'm really feeling like I understand why I made these actions, blah, blah. You know, as long as you approach it with grace and dignity and elegance and patience, it won't sound as bad as just confessing all your sins and dipping out or ghosting again. You know, um, good God, be kind. Okay, you don't have to be nice, but Jesus Lord, be kind. Moving on, we've got the pink deck. This is going to be soulmate connections. So these are going to be a lot smoother relationships. These are, there might be two narratives that we're going to see come out side by side. We've got the Five of Discs, which is someone feeling left out in the cold. And then we've got the Ace of Swords, so big knowledge movement coming through. It could be related to the same situation or two different relationships, but we've got the Ten of Swords. So there's some kind of massive defeat, but of course, all the swords are in one back, and you're just laying there, kind of getting attacked for what? Because you haven't yet got up and looked within and gotten the answers for yourself. They have to come from the outside in order to find you inside to answer next time rather than have to get these karmic lessons, right? So there's a rift in a soulmate relationship due to someone feeling left out in the cold, and this there needing to be a communication that comes in clearly. Okay, so it's going to be about getting that knowledge. It's funny how I was just showing the bottom of the deck and I started shuffling even though there's already cards on the table. There is a soulmate relationship at stake, and it might be that one of your karmic relationships is affecting that connection. um yeah, they are all collective reads, and this is exactly why I do collective reads, because we just talked to your deceased mother, and now you're saying that you resonate with the cards as well. And this is literally why I only do collective readings on this channel, because if you stick it out, you will know that you are in the right place. I'm very intuitive. People are starting to speculate that I'm actually psychic and not just talking to dead people, but clearly associating with the living, because I keep telling people what the fuck they're eating while they're eating it. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I love what I do. Ooh, a little more Peter Gabriel. You could have a steam train if you just lay down your tracks. You can have a airplane flying. That sounds karmic if they left. Soulmates typically don't bail. Wheel of Fortune, though, if they come back around, it's true soulmate energy, but if it takes a while, it's karmic. And karmics aren't necessarily bad, it's just a different type of lesson, different type of connection, different reasons. Okay? Soulmates make our lives easier, karmics make us face reality, and Twin Flames are the reward at the end, which we'll get to that in the next deck. We have the Magician, so again, it feels like split. There might be two different perspectives being seen here, or two different situations you're in. He's Canadian. We have the Magician, so manifesting a little bit of Gemini energy, according to some people. And then the Wheel of Fortune. So things are starting to work out more, but in order for you to receive that abundance, you have to work towards that abundance. Take off to the great white north. Take off. It's a beauty way to go. Take off. Yeah, fucking total dork mode over here. Singing, not just singing Rush, but singing niche Canadian inside joke Rush content. And switching back to Peter Gabriel. Is it 1985 right now? Your honeybee, open up your fruit cage. Okay, I gotta stop shuffling. As fruit as can be. Okay, new bottom of the deck. Knight of Wands again. Knight of Wands. Didn't we do the thing? It ended up being maybe King of Wands or something. Ace of Swords, there's things you need to know. There's enough pentacles for everyone. Absolutely nobody got left out in the cold, so stop acting all dramatic and pretending like you're fucking, oh, I got this. Listen, you need to either admit to how you feel and accept this sword of knowledge, of accept the fucking information at hand, the sun, okay? Brighter days ahead. First, you need to accept what's being handed to you before you can make the connection and pass on the torch, so to speak. Okay. So, yeah. Death. Scorpio. Tuning in? No, but it could be something ending. It could be something needed to end. It could be a new beginning. It could be an actual Scorpio that you're dealing with. Um, not, Listen, it's your journey. You're going to do what you want. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's jealous, nobody's paying attention, nobody really wants that. Um yeah, and that's typical soulmate where they're going to be by your side to reassure you that things are all right, you know. So, you're on your own journey, but yeah, we have King of Swords, air energy once again. Just said Gemini, King of Swords right here. Working on things, seated at the throne, very much committed, very much willing to work on it. We have 2 face down cards and then a bunch of face up cards. Not a bunch, but we have looking like 8 of Swords. So this is like the capture and hold or bind over someone, but you realize when you open your eyes and finally get that blindfold off that you've been left at this site by yourself and actually no one's keeping you there. You just didn't know that. It's like coming to and realizing, like, oh shit, I actually can just walk away. I didn't even realize it. Someone's drinking heavily over this connection. I'll tell you that much. Someone's drinking heavily over this connection, and I'm chugging pops, so you know it's not me, right? The other day, the thing is, I don't mind going out into public. I don't mind going out into public, but I am really weird. That's good. You were meant to slow down. Not everyone needs to slow down if they haven't paced up, but you were meant to stop. So thank you. I'm proud of you, and I'm glad to hear that, babe. What are we craving? Norma Tengia. She's the one who does the theme song for um Tanega, not Tangia, Tanega. Um, what We Do in the Shadows? It's her song, it's the theme song. No, not Norma Jean. But I don't mind being out in public, but sometimes I take people off guard with my necromancy bullshit. Where you showed up and I bring up your dad and mom, that's real smooth. Yeah, you're dead in this world. Um, Pardon me. So sometimes when I'm in a social setting talking to strangers, I say stuff that seems like a little inappropriate because it's like, who are you to talk about my loved ones and stuff? And it's like, well, if they're talking to me, I'm just gonna let you know that. But sometimes I don't know what the messages are, and sometimes it's bizarre how much I feel inclined to do certain things. Like when I really just walked like miles and miles to buy flowers for no reason, and then found out they were somebody's favorite because I ended up stopping somewhere where I felt inclined to go, and when I did, it was the perfect timing, and I made up a name for somebody, and we still don't know if that's his name. And as he walked out the door, he said, "Party on." Something like that. I'm pretty sure he said party on. And I was just like, fuck. Yeah, Jacob, that's so great. No idea that was his name. But he didn't correct me. So I'm like, interesting. I don't know. But everything is what it is. And that was a little tidbit. But yeah, sometimes I don't go out into public because yeah, it's like, yeah, it can be uncomfortable when you get like these really specific, oddly specific messages, and I can hardly explain it, especially not in 30 seconds it takes to tell a stranger before you say whatever. That's what I'm saying. So, um, It's awesome. Anyway, once you open your eyes and realize, like, you put yourself in this situation, no one's holding you there, you're suffering and feeling captive, but in reality, you're just like standing in a circle and there's no one guarding you or watching you, right? So, what else is blocking you from moving into this Emperor energy, the Aries season coming? So, what's happened? This is basically what's about to happen in Pisces season. We got 2 weeks left of Aquarius season, and then Pisces season, and then the new zodiac cycle begins March 20th ish. Aries season. That's when spring starts, March 21st. So this blockage is about to be removed come the next few weeks over the course of maybe the rest of Aquarius season, but I'm getting the sense it'll be more about Pisces season. Aquarius season is releasing yourself from this situation and realizing that you're bound and gagged for no reason and that whoever left you there left. They dropped you off and left. So you think you're under scrutiny, you think you're being watched, you think you're being held to something, you think you're being tied down by someone. No one's even paying attention. But when they come back to check on you, they're like, hey, what are you doing standing there with all these fucking swords and a blindfold on? And you're like, oh, I got kid. Never mind. I'll be on my merry fucking way. The fuck are you talking about? Nobody did anything to you. So Page of Cups and Queen of Cups, you got to understand that you can come back with an offer and say, "Oh, excuse me, my queen, I'm so sorry. Here's my little measly cup of Page saying, yeah, I did that. My bad. I'm back." And the queen may not accept. Lady Gaga, what song is this? Telephone, not really my thing. I'm not skipping it, but feels like we only go backwards. Tame Impala, not skipping it, but yeah, there are telephones, oddly enough. Instead of trying to play psychic games and pass telepathic messages and prove to someone that you're worth something and blah, 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 and playing these stupid fucking shits, there's literally like a phone. And the less you use it, the further back you go, but not to the sense of past life connections, but the sense of connection regression. Yeah. So, Gregor, I always make jokes about the Gregor. Zhezh. This is my Gregor. What is your name? Zhezh. Yeah, no, I love that show so much. Naja is my life force. I'm skipping this song. It's ooh, Perfect Day we read. Don't want that either. Great Gig in the Sky, but the Flaming Lips version, that's the thank you. I've been working on my vampiric accent. Sometimes I like to do the Nando just as much, but I don't have to put off quite the same, you know what I mean? I could if I do it long enough because then you have to get into character and he's got a very funny character. And he's always like, Guillermo, I'll never turn you into a vampire, but thank you for everything that you do. You know? Oh god, yeah, I love that show. I do a lot of impressions. I think it's like masking or whatever. It's like an ADHD thing, but I do a ton of impressions and accents and impersonations, even if I don't mean to. I just like hang out with someone too much and I start talking like them. So, um, yeah, I love sometimes like when the world was still wearing masks, I would love to wear a mask into a store and just like go public places in to speak in an accent so no one really could see me say anything or know if it was really coming from me or what I looked like. Um, kind of a fun thing that I would do. I try to yeah, I try to stick to things that would be realistic to me being so white and like it's not that there's no white people in India, but because I'm white, I stick with like British, Australian, Russian, vampiric, which is like just a made up Europeanish accent, right? So um I try to stick to what I know, or like Southern. I'm working on my Joy Turner. Okay, I never actually told. I kept referencing that I dyed my hair because of a Halloween costume. It never actually was. I was supposed to be Joy Turner. Partner was gonna be Darnell Turner. Um, yeah. Oh, I'm and Nico taught me my German accent, so I learned a Southern accent so I could be Joy, Joy. And then Nico, channeling Nico, I've perfected my German accent out of nowhere. So it is kind of funny. And I hang out with these people. I used to get like drunk and party with people from Alabama. Joy, joy. Um, And so sometimes I get drunk with them and I start picking up their Alabama accent because it all comes out. And yeah, I do all kinds of accent. Remember when I sounded just like a Texan when I was channeling Janis Joplin the other day? I love that. All right, we're getting a little distracted, fam. We'll talk right after the reading. Jai. Um, the blockage that's being released and getting you out of this stupid imprisonment that you placed upon yourself during Pisces season this next month. Oh yeah, Page of Cups, Queen of Cups. It's you making an offer and getting rejected and getting a taste of your own goddamn medicine, and it's a process you need to go through. It is what it is, and if it's meant to be, it'll come back. But you have to say what you need to say, and offer what you have to offer. And even if it's not accepted, you have to know that you went into it with the best intent, and that it's meant to be that way. Backwoods, lol, Jinx. Yeah, who doesn't love a good backwood? I like bongs because filter, but Ace of Cups. Let the fulfillment come to you. Let it be the great gig in the fucking sky. Let it be what you've always dreamt of. Let it become your life. Stop rejecting things of the unknown just because of what's in front of you in this world, especially if you wake up every day angry or miserable or whatever the fuck. So in order to move into this emperor energy, sometimes you have to get rejected. Sometimes you have to, it could be a mother relationship where the Page of Cups is coming to the Queen of Cups is often a maternal energy. And once again, karmic relationships can often be parental, but sometimes dealing with the karmic, which can be a mother or a mother of a child, and offering like, look, I can only give you this much, and they say no, then it is what it is, and you carry on. Oh, we'll get there. Yeah, that's kind of the other thing besides necromancy. Very into aliens, very talk conspiracy, very much like what the Jesus stuff is intense for people. We love that time too. So, all right, yeah, carrying 10 of Wands, carrying a lot of emotional. Boy, you're gonna carry that weight, carry that weight for a long time. Yep. Oh my God. Wow. That's not what anybody meant by that. Yeah, I know. Joy. What the fuck? Oh my God, Joy. Is that Lumpy Space Princess? Joy. What are you talking about, Joy? Okay, so the Emperor. Come Aries season, masculine, back up on its feet, back up with the offers, cleared out karmics, dealt with your mommy issues. No offense, fellas, but sometimes you just gotta do it to get back into position. Aries season is when it starts and when it's coming and when you need to be at your best self so that your soulmates can come back and have these wholesome connections. Yangus Khan, what a great name. Thank you for the follow. We have King of Wands ready for action, seated at the throne and in his place. You can see how this progression would happen, that when called upon, the Emperor knows when to move and knows how to maneuver. We've got the Seven of Wands, so it's about working through these things, working through the emotions, no longer carrying too much weight, but sorting through the baggage and just taking your carry-ons with you and not getting that check bag and unpacking a little bit here and there and truly working through things. If that means going to therapy, then do that. But whatever it is, you have to resolve some of these issues and address some of these feelings and work through these emotions, or you'll never be able to unrestrict yourself from the situation. Two of Discs change. The more effort you put in, the more change you'll see in the dynamic or the relationship that you're dealing with. Especially if this is a generally pretty smooth running relationship connection, then just the tiniest bit of effort will get it back on track because that's how soulmate relationships are, where separations don't last long, they're not that deep, they're not that serious, it's not a whole fallout, it's like a miscommunication, you just need to be heard. You just need to like be able to align again. Yeah, exactly. And once you address the childhood wounds is when you can heal them. And that's why I'm good at what I do, is because that's how this stream started. I highly recommend, I know I keep saying it, but I highly recommend watching the first like whatever, however much you missed, the first hour. I went into a little bit about how my connection to my inner child is what makes it easier for me to deal with other people's childhood traumas or, unkempt wounds. And that's why I do what I do, right? And that's why I'm able to live the life I am and be myself, as a lot of people put it. But we also did a few other decks, and there was some good advice and stuff to go through. And the other two readings with the Halloween oracles, the Shadow Self readings, and then the Guardian of the Night tarot is kind of like guidance for those moments too. So we have the Empress here. So the feminine, once the masculine makes the change to like actually accept the karmic relationships for what they are and move away from them and accept rejection from the matriarch, is when they can move towards doing the things they need to do to change and come back to the Empress, and the divine counterparts can be reunited and come back together. The star Aquarius seasons, even though we were talking about some of this starting in Aries season, a lot will transpire during Aquarius season, or something will come as a surprise. There could be an Aquarius you're dealing with, but there might just be some kind of surprise or some focus on the self, where you know, where there's water, there's um, thirst. You know, we have Page of Wands coming back after working through all that emotional stuff and baggage, and Ten of Discs, wealth, abundance, having it all. Like, just the slightest amount of change and effort and work on the self can make the greatest deal. And it doesn't have to be right now. And the thing about therapy is that it's not necessarily permanent or a fix. You have to understand what it is that it is and how it helps. And people who rely on therapy to just talk shit and a means to get through their week aren't necessarily doing it right. And you also have to find what fits for you, because there's so many different styles of therapy, and it's 4:20 somewhere right now. Rip your bongs, bros. What time zone are you in? I literally just looked at the clock to see the Pixies are on. Hey, been trying to meet you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Happy 420 somewhere in the world. Must be a devil between us. Whores in my head, or whores at the door, or whore in my bed. But hey, where have you been? That's so creepy. If only you actually sat in the closet when you did that, instead of spread eagle on your bed. Too personal yet? Oh, nice. Mary, ain't you tired? I know, that's what I'm saying. Nobody's fucking okay. High Priestess, don't act like I don't know. You think I don't fucking know? You think I want to see these things? You think I want to hear your thoughts? You think I want to know every time you touch your. The answer is no, I don't. No, Helga. Okay. We have 12 minutes. I could try to run through these. Might as well. There's not many of them. So the last one, I'm going to take like 10 minutes on these probably, because twin flame connections are going to be the most rare. That's why I always save them for last. But I could take this how this resonates. If you don't necessarily have LOL, it depends on who it is, but you personally, no, I don't think so. But I've definitely had those moments of like, if it's synchronized, like I actually have been like, ew, this is too much to deal with. Yeah, I've been there. Nice conversation y'all having. All right, sidebars. Kate Bush. It's so quiet. Nope, it's Kendrick Lamar. Everything out around me has gotten louder, but this is like quieter. Okay, so getting through these last deck real quick. There's only a few cards, and we got 10 minutes until I have to roll the ads. So twin flame connections, or if you don't necessarily have a twin flame connection, then it's within, it's a connection within yourself. If you do have a twin flame connection, maybe you don't know it yet, you don't know who they are. These connections take a long time. They always have major points of adversity, whether it's different religions, races, ages, times, etc. Differences in personalities in general, distance between them. The difference between a karmic and a twin flame connection is a twin flame connection will be close or radiate, but karmics will actually get together carnally or romantically in some capacity and still separate and come back together, whereas twin flames never get together until they get together. So it's like if you've been with this person, that would have been karmic. You'll have to watch the demon polls for that. But if you've never been with this person that you long for, or you think that there's someone out there that you still haven't met yet, or there's possibly you've met in passing or been very close to this person, but that's telltale signs of a twin flame connection. So they're really rare because they require a lot of patience. Because as I briefly mentioned earlier, it's one of those things where if karmics are there to teach you lessons and show you things in the very glaring way, and soulmates are there to kind of help you along the way and hold your hand through these things, the twin flames are there at the end once you've done, taken all the steps and learned all the lessons, and you become a heal hold person on your own. Having been single or had failed relationships or knowing when to walk away, knowing what you're worth, you're then rewarded with like this ultimate perfect relationship at the end of the journey. And so the thing with twin flames is even if you have one, not everybody makes it that far to get it. Okay, like it's just that simple. Not everyone makes it that far because you give up and give into karmic connections that are meant to show you more than they are meant to work out, or you settle for soulmate connections, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because soulmates are, again, very symbiotic, calming, joyful relationships that are a different but just as good. They're all pretty much just as good as one another. They're just different. So it's like, how independent are you? How many of these lessons can you handle? How many breakups can you handle? How many heartbreaks can you handle? How many knockdowns, try agains, get back up, and loner moments can you go through in order to get to the thing on the other side? You know? So that would be twin flame. To start, we have sixth position air, duality, the feminine presenting air element of masculinity. Um, it's like ending it, it's like not a duo or a duel, maybe a duo. It's maybe something to do with a duo. Um, I'm not paying attention to y'all adding each other, by the way. I'm enjoying your conversation, but now that I'm in the reading, this isn't the thing. But y'all talk. Um, so sixth position here is about being a duality, maybe, but something about being a duo, where because the twin flame independents are so fiercely independent, they tend to want to be singular throughout a lot of their lives, and so it's very hard to come together. So if you really do want this connection, you have to understand that you become not in some kind of runner chase or pusher puller dynamic. It's coming into union and being a pair again. And fifth position air, it's about taking that mask off and realizing there's still so much to see and so much you don't see, even when you do start to be honest about the connection and look at it for what it is and face it without your mask and letting it come down and being vulnerable with it. Um, because there's still a blindfold under there that you still need to be awakened to or have something revealed to you. We have one face down card here, so there's some kind of blockage, but right underneath this is ninth position water, which is the feminine, double feminine, femme presenting, femme element looking up into the light, getting out of the water, getting out of this um, kind of listlessness, lostness, right? So the feminine energy rising to the occasion, essentially, and seeing the light and being led the way. But what's blocking the feminine from doing that? Earth, it could be a male presenting feminine or a false offer, false prophet vibes. Sixth position, Earth. I would never consider this a bad thing. So it could be a very alluring, good person that is standing in the way of a certain connection. Um, could be Virgo. Energy is like coming to mind, but any of the Earth signs. So it could be Earth sign male, but it's like the male presenting Earth feminine energy. But it's looking good. He looks good. He's coming in hardworking and with an offer and with an offering, right? So it's very hard to say that this is a bad thing, but it's the blockage in the twin flame connection. It's probably a soulmate or karmic situation. We have 12th position water, the counselor. So you're trying to work things out with this person, this blockage. You're trying to work things out with this blockage, basically. You're going to counseling, you're doing all these things when in reality, fourth position, fire, the feminine is becoming the hunter and saying, look, I get that you're focused on this other thing, but you're not supposed to be working things out with your masculine. You're supposed to be my masculine. And now I'm in the hunt mode. I'm in masculine mode as the feminine, and I'm coming back for you. I got my eyes on you, right? And that's why 13th position water, queen of water, could be the mother connection, could be maternal figure, could be just the feminine coming back to feminine energy, double feminine, femme presenting, and water feminine element. Cancer here, so it could be dealing with a cancer or cancer placement or something happening in cancer season. But there is this, um, the double femme energy coming in and resuscitating. I'm hearing like resuscitating or something. And then healing for the masculine. So healing the motherly wound or healing the relationship with the mother figure, whether it's your own mother, mother of your children, is what's going to lead you ultimately to the healing that needs to happen in order for you to come to with your twin flame and come into actual union with your person, is healing that connection. And it's, yeah, masculine, feminine being at the bottom of the deck. And then we have the one card, the face down card, the big reveal, the future, what's happening, what's there. In the end, oh, 11th position water, emotion and intellect. Emotion and intellect. It's about understanding your emotions so that you can express them with intellect. Communication, once again, using eloquence and grace. Coming forward and saying, hey, I did those things, but I'm taking accountability for it. I'm aware of it. I am apologizing. And before things get any further out of control, I want to come in and make them right. Second position, air. I'm really good at communicating, obviously, so it's a big thing for me, and I cannot stand poor communicators. There's very few things that I lose patience for, is people who stonewall or shut down or avoid when I'm like, dude, nothing is that serious, but your unresolved trauma, repressed feelings, and unbridled rage is that serious. So if you can't work on it as much as I've worked on mine, then I can't deal with you, right? So the masculines need to come too and get their shit together. What's your sun sign and pronouns, by the way? I didn't even ask. Talk to your dead mother and didn't even get who you are. Hello. Thought. Just thought. Just put some thought into things before you do them. Queen of Fire and fourth position Earth. The masculine's holding up the world. Sixth position water. That shit's making you egotistical. You thinking you are everything. You are looking at yourself like this. You're being vain when you need to be looking like this. Seventh position Earth. Rooted, grounded, growing, growth, aligned, sacred, chakra. Okay. So don't let it go to your head, but follow your intuition. Trust your intuition. This is a time where people are feeling very intuitive, and there is about to be a big movement. And father, okay? These paternal connections, whether you're a parent or dealing with a parent, You need to heal the mother wound so you can become the father you need to, basically. And look, that's what all the feminine's praying for, is praying for you. They're praying for you. It's your destiny to do this, to fix this, to solve this on your own. And then look, the mother. Then you can truly come into union once you deal with it. Intuition. Trust your intuition. Just go for it. If you don't, what more confirmation do you need than me telling you to trust your intuition and not use, I just read that. Move forward openly and try to speak poetically if that helps you keep kindness in mind when you confront the feelings or say what you've done, to come in to apologize to people. As long as you say it well and wear it well and own up to it, you'll be okay in the end, versus coming in aggravated or sappy, self-pitying, whatever it is. What more confirmation do you need? Second position, water, 2 of cups, love right here. The masculine and the feminine dying to come together again. What is the holdup is your shitty maternal connections and your matriarch line basically needs to be healed again, is what I'm hearing. Fourth position, Earth, holding up the world, being the masculine and feminine at the same time, and then Queen of Fire, the feminine always presenting as masculine. Fire energy, air and fire sign mothers and maternal figures. And once again, emphasis on the seventh position, Earth, alignment, rooting, chakral work, okay, growth, and fourth position, water. Don't let it go to your heads. Shit, the pre rolls. We gotta go. Be right back. Just imagine Space Jam's on right now. Sorry y'all can't listen to music with me. It sucks. I accidentally clicked chat instead of tarot. It looks like I only have like this. Well, it's a hefty pile, so I guess we can just chat until we get to the next ad break. Men getting egotistical and vain. So annoying. Y'all have destroyed society with your egos. Can you please relax and go to therapy? For real. Book a tarot reading if you don't want to go to therapy. You can always visit my website, www.alienmother.com. And if you go to the Mystical page, you'll see a list of my tarot readings and a description. I'm perpetually working on my website. I'm sorry if you can't click through on the descriptions. But what is your sun sign and pronouns, bro? You said I know I have an ego, so I'm guessing you are a male. um, what is your birthday? What's your sun sign? We can do a therapy style reading if you want, instead of going to actual therapy. If y'all are interested. If not, sign up to be a member on my website. It's free. Got forums and shit. Sagittarius, nice. Okay, cool. All right, y'all having your own sidebar conversation. I like Sagittarius a lot. Yeah. Yeah, they can, but then you come back with a bigger ego once you come down because you're like, I did that, killed my ego. Look how big my ego is now. Catches up to you, that's all. Never rely on a substance to do anything for you. Just because you melt an ego doesn't mean it can't reform. The point is to kill it. I'm not surprised. A lot of Sagittarius, as I know, have major Capricorn placements. Yeah. Yeah. All right. If you're just joining us, welcome to Insomniacs Anonymous, hosted by yours truly, Anonymous Dex. We're doing some love readings. You've missed a lot at this point. If you ever see that we have this pink box up, it means we're just chatting. Feel free to ask me any questions. Once the chat moves to the other side of the screen and the box becomes a little turquoise thing, you'll know the tarot cards are actively out and not to interrupt me. I never do personal readings, but if you stick around, you realize that a lot of the readings end up being very personal like. So you should definitely vibe with us, give it a follow, do what you will. Either way, taking a quick break here from the tarot, gonna roll another ad and come back and finish with the mystery deck and possibly take requests for any other readings, or we'll just come back to chat mode. So um, it's up to y'all. What song is this? Velvet Underground? It sure is. It's almost like Head Held High, alliteration. You can have a little bit of ego as a treat. Yeah, ego is not necessarily entirely a bad thing, because without the ego, we wouldn't necessarily be human. And it's really the super ego that's more problematic than the actual ego, because the ego is the one that communicates it all. And if we talk about needing to improve on communication skills, then we, of course, are not trying to necessarily kill our ego, but kill our super ego. Desires for greatness rather than just desires, right? The id, as important as it is, running the show would make us completely animalistic. So if we relied only on the id, that would be problematic for us in the way that we'd be in survival mode all the time, and it would be similar to the way animals live in the animal kingdom, or in the way that people with PTSD live in high tense, high stress situations. So we need some type of consciousness that carries us to be as civilized as we think we are, or to have gotten to the point where we have created this reality of structure that we have presently as people. So some ego is okay. Super ego is when things get really out of control. The ego is like, wow, I'm a sentient being. I want to communicate that to other people and show the world who I am. The super ego is like, I want to covet thy neighbor's goods and covet the neighbor's wife and do things that are fucked up because it serves me a greater purpose or whatever. Um, Yeah, so let me roll this ad break so we can get like a nice uninterrupted hour again, and then I'll be back to finish up with the mystery deck and see what else we got going on for the evening before we wrap things up. So I'll be right back. Yeah, it really was. That's me, you know? I'm kind of just like this. Extremely interesting. All the damn time. No, I'm just kidding, right? Egotistical or whatever. I say more like confident, a little bit cocky, but still humble at the end of the day. Because you can knock me, but I'll be like, hey man, I get it. I would want to knock me too. And it's like, damn, dude, empathetic to boot. Anyways, I'm trying to be right back, you. So I'm a Taurus. Okay. Oh, I'm doing this. What did I do? God damn it. Y'all, where did I go? Um, okay. I saw Seosin once at the very first Taste of Chaos tour. Seosin, not Under Oath, maybe Under Oath was there. Have I seen Under Oath? That would have been cool. I loved them. and My Chemical Romance, they used Silver Bullet. Since it's failed, were they there too? That was a dope ass lineup. Hold on a second. What was the Taste of Chaos lineup in 2009? No, it was 2006. That makes more sense. Yeah, holy shit. Okay, this wasn't the one I was at, or was it? Taking Back Sunday, Anti-Flag Under Oath, Census Phil Sailson. Is this the one I went to? No, because that mine was the used and My Chemical Romance. So maybe it wasn't 2006. There it is. The used, Rise Against. Maybe it was different in every city. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. This is like such a random sidebar. And Killswitch Engage was there. Oh, it was 2005. That's where I was getting it wrong. So it was The Used, A Static Lullaby, Before I Go, Bleed the Dream, My American Heart, Like Yesterday, Killswitch Engage, Gratitude. There was more. That's not right. This is such a bad source. Oh, Fight Test. What have I done to this little laptop? Okay. Were you really? Yeah, Kobo. I thought I was right. Thanks, I love that. You always being cool. So it came time to fight. Thought I'll just step aside and I would prove you wrong. And that you would be the fool. Ooh, I just got a taste for like shrimp cocktail, which is weird because I don't actually like that. Under Oath was there. I knew I saw them at some point, but I wasn't sure where. Okay, The Used, Census Failed, My Chemical Romance, Under Oath, Seosin, Killswitch Engage. Exactly everybody I said was there was there. Wow, that's fucking dope as shit. It was a great show. Under Oath was amazing. I'll never forget. I was in like sixth grade in 2005. It was literally so dope. Seventh grade, probably. Amazing. This moment. Hell yeah. And then when The Used played, Gerard Way came out and performed with Bert, and it was amazing. Yeah, I went to Catholic school too. So when I was in seventh grade, I was still in Catholic school. So you have to understand, like Under Oath was like it for me because I was like, oh, they make Christians sound cool. Like Christians can be cool rockers or whatever, you know. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And then I moved on to other things. Not a boy, there are things you can't avoid. You have to face them when you're not prepared to face them. And if I could, I would. But you're with him, I would do no good. I should have fought him, but instead I let him. I think my first work tour must have been 2004, maybe 2005. It may, well, could have been 2006. It was the last year that it was at the Pontiac Silverdome was my first work tour, so I got to go one last time to the fucking parking lot, which insanity, honestly. The switch to Comerica Park was such a good move. I love that was one of my favorite festival setups was Comerica Park. It was such a smart thing to do. Um, but admittedly not my crowd necessarily. But yeah, I went to the last one at fucking the Pontiac Silverdome. And it was like MXPX was there, and they played super early in the morning. I barely caught their set. The Offspring headlined. I think Fall Out Boy was there. That was so a bunch of other random bands too. But yeah, I like crowd surfed at the age of 4. Nice. You're that old. Anyways, I don't know where the sunbeams end or the starlights begin. Fuck this mystery shit. The mystery deck. Yeah, I agree. Kind of. Mystery deck. 32223. Okay, so to finish up the twin flame readings or whatever, we have these 6 cards. So we'll consider this like the future, how things play out based on what we were saying before. If you don't feel like you're in a twin flame connection, just think of this as a connection to yourself and a healing within your own soul and being your own completion. First, we've got, are these all upside down? They're all in reverse. So either this is like meant to not be a channeled message from aliens because I'm seeing the ace in reverse, or it's like with or without. So they're all going in the same direction. I'm flipping it, and I think that in a way, if I saw this, I would think it was like a channeled message, but I was seeing it in the reverse to know it isn't. So we have first position water, which typically I would associate with some kind of alien species, but I am too tired. Next we have second position air again. Arrogant? No. Second position air again. Duality of man. Is this Stone Soul Picnic? No, it's Wesley's Theory. Dude, when the music is quiet, Kendrick Lamar sounds like so many random things. This is the second time I didn't notice a Kendrick song. So weird. um 13th, I'm sorry, 14th position, Earth, King of Earth. So masculines presenting feminine energy, Earth sign men. Love. Number 12, love, straight up. Feminine coming in and representing love, being love. Seventh position, fire, being the chosen one, sort of like the feminine finally rising to the occasion and realizing it's been them all along. And the hero, 12th position, fire, coming in and being the hero of the situation, saving the day, just doing what you know you can do and what you're meant to do and what you're supposed to do instead of copping out, making excuses, cycling the same bullshit, getting yourself into more karmic relationships, suffering unnecessarily, being on your high horse, thinking you're all high and mighty. This masculine is fucking deranged right here. You look goofy as fuck. You're too old to act like this, etc. Like from the CIA, sat in on my lap. Team with the hood, pass up my line, and the block was good. Yeah. But I got $1 million check like that. We should never get. It's just a thought. Just a thought. But that's all you thought I was, right? Oh, just because I'm hot doesn't mean I'm just a thought. Don't forget that what I got is a lot more than that, if you will. Ooh. Hard to resist, I imagine. Lesson learned, lesson learned. You was my first girlfriend. Bridges burned all across the floor. Yeah, get it now? Okay, so the father again, deep in contemplation. Time to fucking boss up. Get your nose in a book. You better read about it, learn about it, know about it before you approach that feminine one more motherfucking time and act like I had no idea. Who are you again? What the fuck is this and that? Do not try to come in pretending like nothing happened and you don't know shit. You need to come in with that eloquence and grace that we already talked about and say, hey, yes, true. I'm sorry. Moving on. Saying this nicely, saying this with kindness, going forward, being open, being honest, instead of trying to save face. We are speaking with grace, okay? Get your knowledge game up then. If you feel unprepared, then study for it. Because it is a goddamn test. What's on your wish list? Get it all, you deserve it, Kendrick. Just ripping on past economics in school. He's so good. Looking down this weighted drum. Child in reverse. Maybe it's an aborted mission, or something happened, or it's not yours, or whatever the fuck. Look both ways before you cross my mind. And now I'm putting the decks away, so excellent performance, just the right amount of drama, theatrics, truth, poetry. Where's the bags? Where's the demon bag? We need to put the demons away. Oh my god, fucking Royals is on. Someone literally yesterday someone told me I wasn't royal. Bitch. They disagree. We don't care. Yeah, play me again. I doubt it. Play my music. Play my videos. Play my song. Play my readings. Play along. But you ain't about to play me though. And that's the mantra. Let me be your ruler. You can call me queen bee. Oh, let me live that fantasy. My friends and I will crack the code. Nothing is on me. Yeah, he mentioned he was drinking whiskey. I don't really know any Lord songs. The Magician and the Eight of Cups. I think this is about walking away from something and towards what you want. Yeah, you have a show or whatever you were saying. It's Saturday. Yeah, I'm just putting these decks away. And then I'll probably take like a break and actually get up and check in with myself. Yeah, he's doing a DJ thing or something. We gotta do the mystery deck soon. Tell me what? Yikes. You're worse than me. As a time traveler, I always know the time, but I never. Look at this alignment. Bottom of the deck as I put it away. That's what we're going after. That's a beautiful place to be. Nice. You're very personal, Joy. You should really. What is up with you, goofball? The Hoey comes out. He's like, ladies, we gonna be all right. Okay. I don't know. I really don't know. Words tell all this out. Hey, give us the film in the twilight. Nope. Skipped a line again. Because whenever that Lord knows. Everything is over. I mean, motherfucking gangster and silence for the record, huh? Tell the world I know it's too late. Let's go create. That's funny. I feel like it's because you're a water sign. No, never went down before. When a crowd was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? I hate popo. Trains for show. All right, so I'm gonna take a extended break. Let's roll some ads. If y'all are still here when I come back, I'm down to keep talking and see if we pull out another deck. But if y'all are gonna wrap it up and go to sleep, then do it now before you forget how. So I'm gonna take my one break. It's only 3.5 hours in, but it is late. So again, if y'all are here and down for more tarot or talking, let me know now, and I'll be back as soon as possible. You guys, I realized that I unmuted Twitch, but I didn't unmute my microphone. So I was sitting here saying, Joey, I can't believe you're leaving when I'm coming back, and he didn't hear that. So I was like, yo, yo, yo. And so I'm looking at the screen, I'm like, it's not muted. And then I looked over and was like, ah, yes, but that is. So my bad, y'all. I'm back. Joey, I'm disappointed you're probably gone by now. I was trying to say, don't leave when I just got back, but I probably was too late and on mute because you have to sleep. Usually how that works. And I was saying Jeff Buckley was on. My music was playing the whole time I was gone. So it just shuffled along. I love how now that I'm back with sound, everybody's leaving. They're like, yeah, no, I'm not listening to that all night. Okay, so yeah, I am back now. Yeah. um, yeah, why do you gotta go to bed? Or is it just because you were waiting for me? You said you have a show at like 3 p.m. I think you'll be okay. The fucking party hard, Garth. I'm just kidding. Yo, where did I put my phone just now? I feel like it was literally in my hand, but I guess I don't really need it for anything. Um, I just am really bad about misplacing stuff. Only sometimes. Other times I'm so on top of shit, it's actually annoying. So if you're new here, or just don't know already, Illuminati Miss Decks, Party Rock Top 5 decks. So watch the replay when we're done with this. But just for reference, whenever you see this pink box here and you see the wide art screen and the chat on this side of my being, you'll know we're in chat mode. I'm just talking. I'm answering any questions you might have for me or in regards to tarot for clarity, but without actually consulting any decks. Now's the time to do it. Any disruptive statements, opinions, stories, confessions, now's the time. But when you notice the box is like small and green, and on this side, and the chat moves to that side, you'll know that I actually have tarot cards out and that I'm doing tarot in that moment, and to like not disrupt and only add to the conversation at hand without changing or interjecting so much that you've interrupted. So now is a good time to ask me questions or get anything that you haven't out. And perfect, perfect. Probably like 10, I guess 10 years. There's also a chance that I won't be doing any more tarot tonight. So if you're waiting for me to pull the tarot back out, once again, you can pop back by when you see the turquoise box. um, but because I've already used 5 different decks tonight, I would say catch the replay to see what was already done because I don't know that I'll be doing any more tarot tonight, but I think it depends on how long this lasts. So yeah, I started my interest for tarot kind of like started in 2012, and I tried to get a practice deck and learn about tarot for like that year, but it wasn't until 2013 that my first deck found me. I started doing it for strangers and practicing um, without any intentions and getting really good at it. And it wasn't until 5 years after that that I actually started even accepting donations, let alone charging money. Because I believe that's part of the process. That's why I'm so good at it, is because I knew I had to be good in order to receive what I'm worth. I had to be worthy instead of just deciding what it's worth without putting in the work, if that makes sense. And maybe I'd hit a 1 gram bowl, I guess. Sometimes I sit so incredibly still, people think that my computer froze or that the screen is frozen. Nice. Runes are hard. Oracle's fine. Oracle does feel like the easy route, but runes are very difficult. Impressive. That's a skill much farther and further between. Farther and further between. Um, yeah. Is someone doing something with their nose? Is somebody doing drugs right now? It is a Friday, Saturday morning, I guess, but like this is time for cocaine. What are y'all doing? What is that? Nice. I went to Catholic school, so arguably I've been doing necromancy since I was like probably 3 or 4 years old. Talking to Jesus was my first encounter with the dead and talking to dead people. It was highly encouraged and even favored growing up. So I credit that as my true mark of experience, but with tarot specifically, it's only been 10 years. But I made sure I was really good at it. Yeah. Theology comes up a lot, particularly and especially in regards to Christianity, because that's what my experience is mostly in, outside of the realm of spirituality and my current beliefs. Scarlet Begonias, The Grateful Dead. Around Governor Square. Oh, and it's 4:20, 4 hours and 20 minutes on the tarot time. She was caught up begonias. No, she was caught in my eye. My illusion, but I might as well try. Might as well try. Yeah, we're all just kind of at that point. Fingers and bells on her shoes. And I knew without asking she was into the blues. Omnism, what's that? Just like the presence of multiple entities existing as one or at once. Never feel pressured to say anything at all. I can hardly hear this music. I'm so off every single track that plays, but I don't want it to be. Or then I'll get to. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of with that. I believe or worship or identify with many entities. I know I'm right, but I've never been wrong. Sometimes it doesn't work out the way it does in the song. There's no way that was right. What did they say there? Oh man. Once in a while, if you're doing it right. Nice. Hinduism comes up a lot on the channel as I'm holding my Temples of India incense and about to light one. But also, I think in psychedelia and spirituality, Hinduism seems to be the foundation of many of the things that I have come to study and practice, whereas Hinduism itself was never really a part of my culture and therefore religion. But I think it is the closest thing to the conclusions I've come to having not studied it. Um, with many of their belief systems, from reincarnation to the stories of their own creationalism and some of the gods and goddesses. Like Kali has always really called out to me and really been a strong figure in my life as someone who was predominantly single for most of my adult life and teen life, and someone who saw femininity as dainty and a bad thing and wanted to take up space and be loud and be fierce. I've always been very in line with the sort of like dark feminine archetype because of figures like Kali or even Mary Magdalene having the reputation that she does. So, never studied Hinduism, but I definitely think it's probably one of the most important, if not the most important, organized religion in the world, and that's why it's so popular because it's um, so old and rooted in so much faith, fate, fate, faith. It's very rooted. That's okay. You don't have to always respond. I like your pink, by the way. You were green and now you're pink. I like it. Pink is pretty much my favorite color. Cover. Pink is my favorite cover. Pink Floyd. I do a Pink Floyd cover. I think Shine On parts 1 through 9 is like my favorite Pink Floyd song, but that's not really a choice to cover. I wish you were here's too cliche. Bike would be too annoying. Dude, they keep it's like trip 3 for Thursdays or something. They keep playing like 555 Althea, the Grateful Dead, and they just played a Grateful Dead song. I feel like YouTube doesn't usually play consecutive songs with the Beatles earlier. I don't know if there's any other Deadheads in the room, but this one's for me and you, baby. It's Althea. Althea told me, feeling. I don't know. I'm honestly, it's just that time. Play it yourself. So yeah, took a Shiva one time on a very important day of my life. But yeah, I definitely resonate with it. Became such a figurehead in religion for a reason. And I think from what I've seen and experienced, it seems to be the most accurate and the most telling. Kind of post um, hallucinatory experience with the underworld or whatever, seeing death or life or and whatnot, believing in reincarnation, believing in past lives. It just seems like Hinduism kind of got it right on the money. There's a lot of other practices too. Um, Although it's funny because it's such a conservative culture, conservative society where Hinduism is predominant, right? But also in the same way, there's so many religions. Like, okay, let's just take India for example. We're burning temples of India incense. India is a really conservative country, super high population, no official language. There's like 85 different languages that people speak in India. I might be exaggerating. It was either 23 or 85. I feel like it was 23 major religions and 85 different languages. So there is no official language. There's no Indian. There's like Hindu is very popular, but there's so many languages and so many dialects that there's just no official language in India. And you see the same thing with religion where there's not really like the biggest Hindu population might be there, but it's such a big population in India that there's also like very significantly large groups of other religions as well. And there's a lot of places in the world where you don't see that. It's usually like in America, it's been Christian for so long, and now there is more of a Muslim presence in some areas, and it's typically very concentrated. Like I'm from somewhere where we have a very dense Middle Eastern and Muslim population in certain parts of the state, but it's we've in America's been predominantly Christian for like hundreds of years now, right? So India is very much open-minded and progressive in that way of like multiple belief systems, multiple languages, people not just assimilating to culture, but multiculturalism, at its finest. And yet it's still very conservative in some of the ways that like there are very old school laws that are still in place, or the way that people dress or perceive the way that people are dressed, or even I've kind of gotten into a certain like a film side of Instagram. Yeah, that's why I was saying let's take India for example at the beginning of this anecdotal conversation, because it was less about Hinduism and more about the presence of Hinduism opening the doors for progress, even if we don't fully see that, because Hinduism is the oldest of any organized religion, right? Like by thousands of years. and has inspired or spawned so many different religions. And that's why it's interesting to see that the hub of Hinduism is so multicultural and is so um, dialect dialectally and religiously diverse, because that's the beauty of Hinduism, is the ability to explore any and every other option, even though we see areas like um, India, or less so Thailand or Japan. I don't know much about Indonesia, where even though it is this like open-minded religion that led to change, like the world changing, essentially, people changing the way that they think, and the way that we perceive life, and having one of the greatest influences in human history, still not fully seeing it in everyday culture, right? Or in the laws that exist. Um, so that's kind of, I wasn't restricting Hinduism to India. I was pointing out that India is not restricted to Hinduism. Um, even, but that's the thing about Hinduism, is you break off, and it becomes like Siddhartha, the first Buddha, was Hindu. So it's like, if you're Buddhist, it's like you can thank Hinduism for that or whatever. I think, I want to say Muhammad was possibly also Hindu, and then broke off and created Islam. So I could be wrong about that one, but I want to say that's part of it. Um, I just recently was looking into theology and other religions besides Christianity, because again, if I was brought up Christian, so it's a topic that I feel like I'm pretty well versed on, and other religions I'm still learning about. If I knew a ton about any of them, it would probably be Judaism. That's the one that I'd be closestly tied to, having known more practicing Jewish people than anyone else, and learning a lot, or having learned a lot about like Islam and Chaldean religions over the years, or cultures even. Um, so yeah, Hinduism's an interest to me. It's very interesting to me. I don't necessarily practice it or 100% believe in any religion, so I guess I'm omnipresent as well, or omni, whatever you would call it, as well, where I just have like um, a good mix of influences, I would say. You know what? Yeah, that's why I was like, there's definitely some origins, like that Islam is a newer religion, but that sounds right, where it comes from Judaism, which is one of the other longest standing religions, oldest religions. Yeah, you're right. That makes more sense. Um, Judaism. I was like, especially even geographically speaking, that makes more sense. Um, so thank you. I'm glad you knew. 4.5 hours into the stream and admitting myself that I'm no expert on the topic, but it's something like that. Um, but yeah, we see all kinds of influence coming from every aspect of the world, and I really do enjoy the study of it, or at least being able to discuss it. And I never understood why people remain so close-minded around religion and say like, oh, never ask someone politics or faith. And it's like, those are two of the most important things we need to discuss, because if you don't personally understand where people's morals lie, or what drives them, or what beliefs build them, then you will never truly know them. And no matter how nice they are to your face, you could never gauge how kind they are as people, or what their true character is, without investigating to some degree or to some extent their religious beliefs or reasons for those beliefs, as well as their political alignments. Like, that's it. And that's the reason that it's become so socially unacceptable, is because one, people are unwilling to change their minds, which is very ignorant. And two, if we started to get along and understand each other, we wouldn't have the same sort of divides that are in place to keep us dependent on a system that you've forces us to be united, but also divides us on an individual level to create that sort of pressure of need, of reliance. So, um, yep. Dang. Mac Miller featuring Anderson .Paak. Um, Crazy amount of people. Eight. What are y'all? Good morning. What are y'all doing right now? Are we like the only 8 people left on the tarot channel? Yeah, that sounds right. Cuneiform tablets. It's crazy. I was just studying that era a little bit over quarantine. It must have been during quarantine. Hey, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna last on here, y'all. I want to dig these into my ears. You said you wanted to zone out. It's more of a history lesson than anything spiritual. Thank you. Love the name. I don't know if that's a personal attack, but I'll take it as one just because it fuels my own ego and maybe yours too. I'm joking. How are you? How are you? Not to put too much, but no. Sorry. No. Anyways, how's everybody doing though? It's late. I'm probably not doing any more tarot tonight, and if you would have read my rules, you would have known not to ask that question. Personal reading channel. It always hurts my feelings when people think that they don't have to read what I have to say, but then think that I should read what they have to say and interrupt what I'm doing and say to do so when they couldn't be bothered to show me the same energy doing that. In the Old Testament is shown up in Judaism and Christianity. This is a very similar book, or at least the same stories. Wow, it's as if they didn't listen to anything I just said. Okay, you're heading to bed. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better and meditate. Put on some YouTube channels. What you should replay this and catch the dream cards in the first hour of the stream. And the full love reading if you missed any of that. So you should replay it from the beginning because I think I might wrap it up too. As much as it's been fun, it's only been 4.5 hours. It's not even that long to stream, and I will not be streaming tomorrow. I think I don't want to be totally exhausted today like I was yesterday. It always depends on where I'm at my cycle and how long I can go without sleeping, how much energy I have without that sleep. But I kind of have a lot to do to prepare for Valentine's Day this Sunday. And I either need to do that or I need to sleep. I don't think I can just keep streaming. So, as much fun as this has been, I might just call it a night here because, like, again, I want to dig these into my ears right now and it's pissing me off. I want to be able to, I want to be able to listen to my music and mess up my hair and it not really matter. And I'm getting a little fidgety. I already ate some food. I think I'm just at this point. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry that I took that long break, right? I mean, like, it was literally like 30 minutes ago and I'm leaving. So it's like we sat through all those ads for no reason. But we can do a little post apocalyptic thoughts. We can maybe take a few minutes here. Um, Thank you, best tarot stream on Twitch. Thank you. I did make it into like the top 3% on Twitch last year, or something like that. Which I don't know how they quantify that, but I was very pleased to see that. I know there's not a ton of us, but it means a lot to me, especially when I'm always like so astonished and I'm grateful for all this growth that I see just exponentially up on Twitch. And it's like the most embracing community where, like, when you say that stuff, I feel it. I feel it. I see it in my numbers always going up, and people, yeah, exactly, and people wanting to follow, wanting to join in, wanting undivided individual attention. Flattering as it is, you don't get it unless you pay for it. But you can always go to my website www.illymilly.com if you want to book your own reading. My books are open I don't do personal readings on this channel because it's rude and there's always so many other people who are watching and it's not just you. So why would I take time out of our life to discuss the personal life of some rando that nobody likes? Nobody said nobody liked that was their art. Anyways, so rewatch from the beginning. I used 5 different decks tonight. So you can see at least one way that those decks are used in my readings. Um, if you watched my other tarot readings from this week, a couple nights I didn't actually do tarot, but the last time I did when I used the Guardians deck, it was cards that got left out from that night that I went over in this reading. So if you are looking forward to those or knew about those, I finally read them. And then I will be streaming Sunday night per usual, but because I have an event Sunday in person tarot, I might not be doing tarot readings Sunday night. But if I do, we will be doing a more in-depth glance in the love decks for Valentine's Day. So I will be streaming Monday night. And if we don't do any of the tarot Sunday, we'll do it on Monday. But of course, I take Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Saturdays off the stream. So Valentine's Day actual, they've got plans, but I also just always take the day off. So we're gonna do our personal Valentine's celebration on Monday on this channel around the same time, 9 p.m. Pacific-ish. So it'll probably technically become Valentine's Day while we're on stream together. I'd like to definitely shout out to the saints whenever there is like a saint holiday, All Saints Day included. So we might get into or maybe even channel Saint Valentine, but because Saint Valentine in particular did represent so many different figures throughout history and in Christianity or Catholicism, it's hard to nail down. You're still here. You're such a goofball. Um, I doubt it. So, anyways, um, it's hard to say whether or not we would be able to channel or nail down a specific energy for Valentine's Day. Nice, thank you. I love that. I love that dedication. Yep, he's like, well, I have an opening. I need to take it right now. Hoey Joey, heard Valentine. Love you, fam. So, so, Valentine's Day, St. Valentine's. We might be able to discuss more about the origins of Valentine's Day. I kind of went into that last year on the Instagram stream that I did. No, stop. We'll see. Maybe Bloody Valentine. If you would like to be my sacrifice this year, it sounds like it could be exciting fun for someone. Anyways, um, perfect, 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 perfect. Okay. Yeah, so we'll be back Sunday to at least chat if we don't do tarot, catch you up on some of what's going on, maybe start the love readings. Monday, we'll finish up, we'll do Valentine deep dive, see what's going on, and then proceed per usual next week. Yeah, oh, thank you. And maybe I'll show y'all some of, well, I don't know. It might take, I don't know. I was making stuff for the event, but I feel like it's so private to make. They're not necessarily spell jars or potions. I don't know what I'd call them. But they're things, and I'm working on them. You'll probably never see them. You'd have to catch me at an in-person event in which I actually make stuff and sell things. Very rare that I do that. I usually stick to tarot. So, um, I think that's it. I think that was it. I think I just talked my ass off to close out all the things I was sinking and saying. Maybe if you guys are lucky, you'll see me dressed up as the Dark Cupid fairy look that I'm going for Sunday. Um, gonna be hot, gonna be cool, gonna be pretty cute. Definitely stay tuned. Okay. I love you all so much. Thank you for being here. Hopefully, I will catch you not tomorrow because tomorrow is one of my days off, but Sunday evening when we start the Valentine's beginnings. Okay, so I'll be back then. Thanks once again. You can go to my website, book your own reading. You can watch this replay and catch all of the decks we used today. You can go to my website. Did I already say that? www.illymilly.com. And if you want to follow me on Instagram at illymilly or at ilmissdecks, you can follow me and know exactly when I'm going to stream because I always announce it on my stories right before I start. Other than that, I'm a schedule broad. So come be random with me. Pop back in. Check anytime. 444 on the clock. That's gonna be it. So thanks so much. Um, I love you all. Good night, and of course, good luck. So see you next time. Thanks. I love you.